Hello, and welcome to another episode of me, Rob McIver, playing Braid. So continuing on with learning how the game was made, commentary from Braid and a whole bunch of his colleagues, friends, and whatnot. Talking about programming, game design. We're currently on game design, we're still on game design, and yeah, once we do this, we'll head over to art direction, see how that goes. So yeah, continuing from where we left off, let's get straight into it. Cheers to another stream, and let's get going. Testing, testing. Yeah. Right, I think we're good. I suppose. Yeah, let's get this one. Cool. Let's just move it. Alright, let's head to the toilet. That is our start to design. We'll continue design. I think we're still doing Cassie. Let's figure out how to say his name properly. Moratori? Moratori. Yeah, it must be Moratori. Cool. There's quite a lot done already. I imagine after this session there'll still be a hell of a lot more to do. This 4 session. It's still not finished all. Also, yeah, as usual with Braid, when upload on YouTube, it mutes every now and again, so I'm gonna have to try and avoid that. So normally at the 2 hour mark for 3 minutes or 6 minutes. Last stream there was actually another section that was muted. That was like within the first hour. That's basically is gonna be hard to predict. So I'm going to get a break at 2 hour mark, just before the 2 hour mark. And yeah, hopefully the mute won't cover up too much. Alright, how the idea for the parallel universe gameplay was developed, and also different way the parallel universes could be implemented. Yeah, definitely did not. Yeah.
What about the things that did work? Like, how did we end up getting to, like, World 5, for example, or the final world, or whatever?
Well, again, starting with these principles of it was a physics game, but now it's a rewind game. Okay, what can we do? Like, the physics informs what kind of rewind things we could think about. And so, hey, there's this whole quantum mechanics thing. There's, for example, this whole many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. And so maybe there's a world where you can somehow control what choices get made, and they happen differently in different things. And that's where World 5 came from. And starting with that abstract idea, and then there's the question like, okay, how is that concretely implemented within the framework that we have? And it's like, well, it's a game where you rewind. So instead of rewind just undoing everything that you did, what if all that stuff just happens again? But then you also now can do something new. And once you think of that, it's like, well, do you support that n times, or is 2 enough? And I decided to stay with 2.
Okay.
And also there are other questions. So the temptation, if you want the most easily implementable thing, you would be like, well, we somehow just replay the rewind data that you just rewound, right? We save that somewhere and we push it back on going forward. And then you can just also do something new. But I didn't want to do that because if both realities going forward are totally separate and cannot communicate, that's a little bit dry. and it leaves off the ability to do certain kinds of puzzles. So, for
Okay.
example, in World 3, we have objects that are immune to rewind, right? You could have that here too. Are there still like two of them in two separate universes, or is it one? Like, what does
Mhm,
that mean?
mhm.
That's a question. And then, is there a different thing, which is again the same way that things were exempt from being rewound before? Is there things are exempt from being in two
Many world.
universes,
Right,
right?
right.
Are they in one always?
Right.
As soon as I thought of that, it's like, okay, then you definitely can't just replay the same thing forward, because by doing things in one universe, you can change the state of the other universe at a given time, because you like there's a monster that's in both and you stomped on him in one, and so he dies in the other
And the
one
other,
as well.
right, yeah. So basically, what you ended up choosing was the one where, okay, we're going to act as if there is a second player who just happens to try to do exactly the same things you did at the exact times you tried them, but then we're going to recompute the physics of what happens to the guy based on the actual positions of all the things according to the world rules. So if you move a platform that only exists once across both realities, then he will just miss it if now it's not there and fall
Right.
down or whatever.
Or if something is there that wasn't there before,
Now he can't run through it or something,
et cetera.
or lands on one. Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Excellent.
And then from there, it's like, okay, well, what do you do if you don't just play back the rewind data? Well, you do input recording. That's the thing that we all knew about, because it's a way
Right.
that you would test your 3D game
Right,
or
yeah.
whatever back in the day. And
Right.
like, I know some people were very gung-ho about input recording. I always had problems with it of one kind or another.
Okay.
Like, there's one point in your game loop where you read input, so just when you do that, also record it and then play it back from exactly that point.
Right.
In my experience, it always gets more complicated than that.
Okay.
And I don't know if I've just been unlucky or whatever, but I've talked to people who said, no, I just do this and it's a piece of cake. But it's never been a piece of cake for me, including in Braid.
Fair enough.
But I knew that you can do that, and I knew what it was like, and I knew what the results are.
Right.
And so I said, that's the right thing for this, because it means you can change the consequences.
And so by that you kind of mean, just if I make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So there are two ways you could implement this feature. One way to implement this feature is that when I see the playback, like in Braid, there's, I do a thing, I rewind, and then I see like ghost version of me do that thing. In
Yeah.
one version, that guy lands on the platforms that are there in his world always. So I can't like move a platform in my world and ever have that affect him, because he's literally just going to follow the exact path he followed.
Yeah.
No
Well,
matter what, right?
So to be clear, the rewind data that we spoke of
Yeah.
before is numbers like
Yeah.
at what coordinates is the guy standing,
Yes.
right? What is you could have some integer state variables on or whatever, and
Right.
the naive version of this, or the simple version of it, would just be playing those numbers back.
Right.
And so you could never change anything. If you went that way, you could imagine something where that universe can affect yours,
But not
it,
vice
it
versa,
can't be
yeah.
affected. And that didn't seem that cool,
Right.
right?
Cool. It's interesting to think how difficult it would be to actually incorporate normal world and shadow world, like in a programming kind of perspective. Yeah, I suppose we start with this one. Creating the epilogue. We'll probably enter into. We are in spoiler territory, so if you don't want to know what the spoilers are, don't watch any of these commentaries. Play the game first, or watch me play it. Cool. Yeah, so I figured out this one. It would be good to know more information about these. I feel like one or two of these screens I never actually figured out. So it'd be interesting to see what's the secret behind them.
Now, there's the epilogue, which we mentioned, which is a little bit going the other direction in that it's very obvious. You don't miss it if you get to the end of the game, because you have to walk through it to get somewhere.
Right.
And there, I said, what if I have some puzzles and the puzzles are less clearly demarcated as puzzles.
Okay.
Right? Prior to this in the game, puzzles are a puzzle piece or a star. So I wanted puzzles that are less clearly demarcated as a puzzle and that give you a less clear reward. They do give you something for solving them, but it's not a collectible. It's not a really discretely countable thing that exists in the game. Do you know what I
Okay.
mean? Okay. So then that in my mind bridges further out to things that were already there from the beginning. I got the idea
Is
to
that the
put the
subtext of
epilogue
the
in
game?
later, but the fiction parts of the game that are displayed before you go into the game, the mission statement was for them to directly relate to the behavior of the world in some way that you could then notice in that way that like, hey, I read things and I notice things. That's a very intrinsic reward kind of thing because there's no mechanism for the game to even acknowledge, much less give you something.
Right, because it would not know if you had solved it. It can't detect that you solved it.
Yeah, and if it's too on the nose exactly even what there is to solve, then maybe that's a little bit too simplistic, right? And so there's also a dimension of you deciding exactly what were the good, valuable things to notice, right? So that's like extremely intrinsic and unguided. And so the epilogue is maybe an intermediate area between those things.
Shall I spend time trying to figure out how to get them all? I think I got half of them, maybe 4 out of 5. I got that one. You know what? I'll leave it. I think people are here now just to watch the commentary. Why World 1 is small?
What were we talking about? In World 1,
It's smaller.
it is
It's
smaller,
smaller.
and that's kind of okay. Well, it's definitely okay, but why? Because it comes at the end.
Mm-hmm.
The shortness of the puzzles leading up to the ending is used to make a sequence that, again, while you're in the middle of the sequence, you kind of know something different is going on.
Right.
Well, especially because you went into the door in the attic and all that. Like, you
Right.
know something different is going on, and
Right.
you're just trying to picture the boundaries of like what's happening here, or you've gone through levels like the other level we mentioned. They don't have titles, and they don't have puzzle pieces. You're just getting to a door, which interestingly is what the original World 1 was too. There weren't puzzle pieces in the game at that time. So that's a case in which being of a different size is fine. Also, the epilogue is also, a few screens.
Right. Yeah.
If the epilogue had 12 different things to do, it would be a very different experience, and I'm not sure. Like, design would have to change in some way.
Right.
In Braid, there are definitely some little tool-like things, but they're mostly the minimum that I had to do to ship the game.
Okay.
So, for example, in World 1, aka World 7,
Mm-hmm.
there's this idea that physics is running backwards for the monsters that live there.
Right.
From your perspective. How do you make physics run backwards? Well, again, you could just play back a bunch of recorded frames, but then things can't really change
Mm-hmm.
unless you were to like break things out of that recording and simulate them when you interacted with them. But
Right.
then to whatever extent that the backward simulator differed from how the look and feel was of the recording, the game would feel awkward.
Right.
So that is just not really seeming like a good way to go at all.
Right.
So instead I said, well, let me come up with some relatively constrained interactions that I can run backwards. And so I have this little mode that still exists in the game if you're in developer mode. And it's like you run a level forward, and when a monster gets shot out of a cannon, it makes a marker with a certain string tag, monster shot out of cannon, right?
Okay.
And then when it bounces off the ground, it's like monster bounce at this is the incident velocity into the ground, right? And whatever. and then you can play those backwards,
I see.
right? So those markers get saved out with the level, and then the monster, if it's walking backwards and hits a marker that says a monster landed here at this velocity, you launch it up at the opposite vector, right?
Yes, yes.
And that actually never completely worked correctly, but it was close enough that like I could fiddle with it and it was fine.
Gotcha.
But that was necessary kind of to ship the game, because otherwise, like, how do I launch monsters backward into cannons and have them get eaten in a way that looks enough like
Like the
you're
real
just doing
thing.
it by hand?
Yeah.
You could do that, but like it's not going to look like the reverse of what happens. And
Right.
that's important because when you rewind, it'll be going forward and
Right.
it should look exactly like the
Like it
regular
was,
game.
yeah.
So, you know, sometimes you need tools to get things done.
I didn't realize he hatchet jobbed it. That's cool. Yeah, he got it to work again as well. I definitely got the impression that it was everything was going backwards. Alright, done those two. I'm not going to be able to get up there. Yeah, some of these are secrets. Light, beautiful design versus heavy, ponderous design.
The end result just wasn't good. Like,
Right.
okay, I'm doing this interaction and that's cool, but I'm not getting more out of the interaction than I put in. That's part of the magic of design, right? Is
I
you
see.
find the thing where you do a certain amount of contrivance or a certain amount of setup for the situation, and then you get out of it all these cool things as fuel, as like payload for your game, right?
Oh,
it's
wow.
like splitting a molecule or something, and
I
the
was
energy
just going to
comes
say
out.
that. So
Yeah.
that's a really interesting way to put it, and I don't think I've ever thought about it that way. So basically what you're saying is you have to think about the design process almost like you were thinking about a power plant. If it's
Yes.
costing you more to get design things out as what you're actually implementing to put in, you're probably doing something wrong, and you should try to look at a different thing or
Yes.
move to a
I'm
different
lost.
space, because all you're going to end up doing is making a very Procrustean thing with not a lot of richness. Is that a kind of fair summary?
Absolutely. And I've played lots and lots of games by
Yeah.
people who didn't get that. Because
Yeah.
if you follow, you know, there have been presentations at conferences about how do you design games? How do you design
Right.
puzzle games? And it's
Right.
like, come up with different mechanics that do
Yeah.
things. And it's like, okay, but all these ideas that you put into your game and implement have cost, right? Firstly, your implementation cost,
Yes.
your maintenance cost of making sure that when they interact, forget even the interactions being interesting, but like your game has to survive the interaction of things, right?
Right.
It has to do something that makes sense and is playable.
You have to have a plan for, can the art represent it and all these other
Represent
knock-on
it at
effects?
all,
Yeah.
and then in a way that feels like the player can get what's going on,
Yep.
right? Like there's a rule that I have that I think some people understand, which is, you know, if you have a lot of invisible game state, especially in a single player game,
Yeah.
it's very hard to play and it's very inscrutable.
Yeah.
And so the role of like graphics and sound effects and vibration and whatever else is in part to help communicate that hidden state so that you can learn it better and
Yeah.
understand better what's going on.
Yeah.
So if you make a bunch of rules with a bunch of weird hidden state, you're making that job very difficult to do and you know, maybe impossible.
You see that, I think, a lot in like RPGs, especially like tabletop inspired RPGs, where like they've implemented this big rule set that like a dungeon master would have been reading from,
Yeah.
but it's almost impossible to surface that to a player who isn't familiar with that tabletop game. I've definitely had that experience myself. Like, I don't know how it's determining how much damage this spell is. I have no idea, right?
Yeah.
There's numbers everywhere and all this stuff, and it's just like, I believe you that you've got something in there that's doing it. It also kind of reminds me of something from UI design I've noticed separately, which is like, the harder it is to program a UI's logic control flow in your code, usually the less good the UI is.
Yeah.
Because there's just too much stuff that might be happening for the user to really understand, and
Oh, we have a lot of bad UI these days.
Okay, well, that all makes very good
the
sense.
other thing to say about that,
User
right? It's not just
interface.
these other internal things that I
Yeah.
said, but like the other costs are, what does the player have to learn to play your game, and then what do they have to think about to
Yes.
solve puzzles,
Yeah.
and what do you have to think about to design puzzles? And these
Yeah.
are very insidious costs
Okay.
because you can be paying them and not realize it, and
Right.
and that is a thing to avoid. So I've played a bunch of puzzle games where there's just a lot of setup of different objects that they quote teach you about,
Right.
and then it's like, here's a level with these things, and what do you do in the level? It's like you just kind of untangle what they set up in the level, and
Yep.
there's no deeper, more enlightening principle to it. There's no
Yep.
surprise, there's no revelation,
Yep.
there's no you getting better at anything aside from untangling messy situations in your head.
Yep.
Which, after you've done that a couple times, it's just the same thing over and over again.
Yep.
Right. And so that is a failure mode that a lot of puzzle games fall into, and the designers of those games do not even see after they've done it that they fell into that. They're just, what? It's a puzzle game. Look, I made the puzzle game. If you understand, I did the thing where you put the mechanics, you have the things with different mechanics that are combined to solve the puzzle, and here they are in some rooms. And obviously players can sit down and solve this puzzle, so I made a good puzzle game. And it's like, well, no, the good part
Yes.
is very presumptuous.
Right. Yes.
Good is difficult, and it is something that we have not done a very good job talking about. Really ever.
Because I often look for resources that are good for this sort of thing and don't find them.
Yeah.
Cool. Ensuring the puzzles contain meaningful ideas.
Puzzles where you just grind away and then you come to some solution, and the solution does not feel special in any way,
Yeah.
and you don't know anything new.
Yeah.
Those are relatively thankless puzzles that feel like work, and after you
Yeah.
do a bunch of those, you'll like nope out of a game or
Yeah.
whatever, right?
Yeah.
On the other hand, if you solve a puzzle and you're like, oh my god, I get it, that is by definition a more enjoyable experience, like a more punchy experience, and it will lead you to liking a game more, right? Now, Valve, the problem is they're very focused on, they think of their game as a product, right? And they're iterating on product design. And so from that standpoint,
Yeah.
this whole aha moment thing makes sense because it's the way to get your customer to like your game,
Yes.
right? And that is all true. But I think my standpoint has always been it's missing some things.
I think that's in reference to
Both
Portal.
in terms of why does your life have meaning if you're a designer of this stuff?
Yeah.
And also, okay, so coming up with aha moments, like what is actionable about this, right?
Yeah.
How do I make these things, and,
Yeah.
and how do I make them good versus not good?
Yeah.
Because this whole idea of the aha moment, again, it's true, but it's incomplete. And so what I tell people to think about is, okay, what is that aha moment for, first of all?
Okay.
Is it just to get people to play your game? Is it just the equivalent of, like, in an RPG, we give people a little bit more loot on a certain schedule so that they feel compelled to keep bashing the monsters, right? Or is there more to it? Can you, if you think you're an artist, then you should have some opinion about the content of those moments,
Mhm.
right? Like, imagine somebody, making a film.
Mm-hmm.
When, at some point you have characters get emotional and they reveal things about their
Right.
personality or
Right.
whatever, right? You can take that in a very cynical way that's like, okay, so to make my film interesting, I'm going to do these paced at certain points
Right.
throughout the running time. And
Right.
as long as I put them with enough density, then people will sit all the way through the movie, right?
Yes.
And that's kind of what Valve was saying to some extent, right?
Right.
But okay, so firstly, if I'm an artist, I care about what exactly these characters are and
Yeah.
what what they're saying to each other and how their personalities interact. And that's what I really should be thinking about. And if I really am thinking about that, then maybe it's not a problem to come up with dialogue that creates these interesting moments, because I'm working with the interesting subject matter at a more core level,
Yes.
right? And so then I don't need this tip about making sure interesting things are said. And maybe if I follow the tip about making sure interesting things are said, I'm actually going to make kind of bad scripts, right?
Well,
Whereas if I'm
yeah.
working with the interesting character material, maybe I just naturally get better scripts, right?
At
This
least
is kind of a bad analogy, but
it's not a bad analogy. Because I could probably clean it up a little bit.
Okay.
So in screenwriting, we do have this exact thing, right? I mean, I don't write screenplays, but I mean, they have
Yeah.
it. So in screenwriting, you do have this, and I think the problem is people mistake observations about what tends to be true of well-written scripts
Yeah.
for prescriptions on how to write good scripts.
Yes.
And I think the same could be said for game design.
The way that game designers sometimes map out interactivity in the game.
You've got a game, and let's say there's some set of things in the game. Now,
Well, Braid, there's keys, gates, monsters, right?
yes. And we'll talk for a minute about just like noun kind of things. But
Okay.
if you really want to be comprehensive, like there might be like verbs that you can do, like jumping is a
Right.
verb, not really a noun, right?
Right.
But along one axis. And whether the verbs should be listed in what we're about to say or not, it's sort of two different ways of
I think I've heard this one before.
Okay.
The easiest way to think about it is just all nouns, right? So
Right.
like you might have player is a noun,
Right.
And monster is a noun.
Yep.
Like Goomba style monster.
Yep.
I don't want to use that word because it's copyright Nintendo.
Okay.
So I'm going to say monster.
Okay.
It's copyright Italy.
Goomba R
Yes.
with a circle.
So this idea of good design,
Mhm.
quote unquote,
Mhm.
with very sarcastic quotes.
Okay.
Not just regular sarcasm quotes.
Okay.
Is that you just want to make sure that any two things interact with each other. And
Mhm.
so does player interact with monster? Why, yes, both by jump, right? I could kill the monster, or a monster overlaps with me
And kills you.
and kills me, right? And so if you make a list of, people have probably seen this kind of matrix where you have, 17 nouns.
Yeah.
You list them both across and down so
Yep.
that everything is cross-referenced to itself along the diagonal.
Like, think of a spreadsheet if you don't know what a matrix is.
Yes.
A spreadsheet where you have the rows and columns. You put all the nouns down the rows and all the nouns across the columns. So now you have a
In
big
the same
square.
order. In the same order.
You have a big square to fill in.
And the diagonal is just, does this thing interact with itself, which you probably ignore, although
Right.
maybe not.
Right.
But so then and in fact, everything's redundant because like the upper triangle and the lower triangle are just the transpose of each other. So,
Well, I suppose it depends how you look at it. If it's a transitive action where it's like player acts on Goomba is this,
Yeah.
Goomba acts
Well,
on
and
player
in
is
fact, in
that,
this
and
case-
that is in this case.
in this case, yes. So,
So-
it's player acts on Goomba would
Yeah.
be via jump.
So it may
And
or may
you-
not be symmetric.
And you could put a check there, and then
Yep.
Goomba acts on player, kills the player. You could put a check there. And
Exactly.
the idea is you just want check marks in all the boxes.
Right.
And then you have a design space that is not like dead. And that's true. And in fact, earlier games had a lot of dead design space.
Yes.
So it is the kind of thing that you solve. The problem is, though, it's like you're bringing this conceptual machinery to bear to solve what is kind of an easy problem that anyone who becomes a good designer already intuited.
I see.
If you have things in a game that don't affect each other, you end up in situations where it feels kind of bad or whatever. And the rule that you can learn that's much simpler than draw this matrix and put all the things in it is just your game is often richer if things affect each other.
And it seems to me also that it's maybe phrased a little bit poorly or framed a little bit poorly when presented in the Matrix format, because it seems to me it's more interesting to just go, look, this is just a good spot check for you to find possibilities. Like, if you're sitting around thinking about something and it's like you kind of a little stuck,
Yeah.
think about, are there any things that you haven't looked at for interactions, and look at possibilities there, because the thing that doesn't really make sense to me about the Matrix formulation is games usually don't quite break down that way. Like in Braid, it would suck if monsters and keys didn't interact. That is a worse game if you took that away.
Yeah.
I don't think I know if anything important happens between the like Goomba going like to a cannon or something like this. Like
Well-
there's things where I'm just like, I don't know if that matters, and it's like I wouldn't necessarily think it was bad or good if it did. It's just a possibility.
There are lots of things that don't interact. So, for
Yeah.
example, bullet shot out of cannon
Yeah.
does not interact with key
That's
in any
cool.
way.
I
It
like
does
this
not
concept.
interact with gate in any way.
Okay.
It does not interact with cloud in any way.
Right.
It doesn't interact with, fire pit full of spikes.
Yeah.
It doesn't interact with stuffed animal dinosaur at the end of the level.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't interact with book podium.
Right.
And so as we said earlier, this is deliberate for Braid, because actually for the design to be good with regard to the perturbations of the rule set that happen with time,
Yeah.
I wanted a stable, simple rule set
Yeah.
that was easy to understand. And actually, if I had done this square matrix thing before adding the time rules, I probably would have ended up with a more complicated rule set.
Yes.
And more importantly, one of the things that you get out of that kind of very dense full interaction matrix is like more surprise. Like the player didn't necessarily think that these two objects
Right.
would interact, and maybe it's not even likely.
Yes.
But then once in a while they do interact,
Right.
and something cool happens, and you're like, oh, I should have expected that, and it seems plausible and natural and whatever. And that's enjoyable. I didn't want that.
Right.
I want that to come from the time stuff,
Right.
not from like the baseline stuff.
Yeah.
And so if you go do that with the baseline stuff, you're like doing too good of a job with the baseline stuff, and
Right.
you're crowding out. It's like, if
Yes.
you're mixing a song, and like you want the guitar solo to be
Yes.
the point, but you're turning the drums way up,
Yes.
and like whatever
Too much
all the
cowbell,
other things, right?
yeah.
Yes. So that is sort of a meta point, which is that this particular full interactivity space idea is an idea of how to make a game good, and it is contextual whether you want to do that or not. If you have very sophisticated ideas about what you're doing, and you know what you're doing, then you may well do the opposite, in fact. Now, of course, the general heuristic applies that you should know the rules to break the rules, right?
Well, and it's a tool, right? It's like it's something you can use to see what areas you haven't explored, which is useful, as
Yes.
long as you don't feel compelled, right, to fill it all in because you thought that was the point or something. Right?
Absolutely, right. Hey, I'm kind of stuck. This design isn't working for me.
Yeah.
Sometimes our mind just isn't that good at. Sometimes it's very good at like honing in on like exactly what's wrong, but
Yes.
sometimes that's hard.
Yes.
And then you can use a tool like that to just put your attention on every, because this space is very intangible. The space of like what
Exactly.
interacts with what,
Yeah.
it's not visible anywhere. And so you could
Right.
look at this matrix and be like, okay, do I want the bullet shot out of the cannon to interact with the ring, the time control ring?
Yes.
Do I want it to hit the time control ring and bump it sideways or
Right.
something? In some games, you might. In this game, I did not.
Right.
Because I didn't want the result of any puzzle to be have the bullet bump the time control ring.
Right.
That would have made a worse game.
Right.
But in a lot of games, it makes a better game.
Right.
So, for example, Spelunky, I think, is one of the most successful examples of a game that leverages this kind of multiple object interaction
see.
in a way
Okay.
that
Yeah.
has a long lifetime through the game that keeps giving you surprises, and that's delightful and funny, even though it usually results in you losing the game.
Right.
It like feels fair and it feels funny. This is
I need
actually
to play it again.
in Spelunky 2. I felt it was mistuned to where the game was just really sadistic, and I didn't want to play it.
Okay.
Um,
So something about the first one kind of hit a better.
Yeah,
I like the idea
it
of
worked
that.
better for me personally.
Sounds like a good challenge.
But yeah, so that kind of thing, again, interesting conceptual tool. Like, you should understand the idea of lining everything up in a matrix.
Yeah.
Because that's a certain kind of illustration of what it means for things to interact. And if you understand that, then you can use it, as you're saying, as a kind of analytical tool occasionally, right? But the failure mode is to think that the goal is to fill out the matrix with check marks, and
Yeah.
not only that that's necessary, but that it's sufficient.
Yes.
And
Yes.
almost everybody thinks that is sufficient.
Right.
And that's why we get so many bad puzzle games.
And I would also add a separate thing, which is that it seems to me to be both a bad idea to fill the whole thing out,
Yeah.
and also insufficient to fill the whole thing out, because when I think about games and try to map it onto that ontology, I don't know why you would a priori say that it's a 2D matrix. What if I want 3 things to interact in some cases, or 4? Or what if I want these 2 things to interact, but I want there to be 5 different ways they interact, whereas this thing over here, there's only 1. And so again, even if you took it as a prescriptive thing, I'm going to go fill out the whole matrix. As a naive game designer, I walk into that and go, I still don't really know exactly what that means, because there's so many other things I've obviously seen in games that don't actually fit that model, even if we talk about filling it all the way in.
But that's what I meant earlier, or it's an example of what I meant by seeing this kind of device and like reading it in,
Yeah.
looking at how it fits in this framework with the other things that you know,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And then, does it make a consistent picture, or to what degree does it make a consistent picture? How seriously should I take it?
Yeah.
And a lot of people just don't really run that process.
Right. Right. Yeah.
So yeah, that one was. So as I said last session, there was before this game anniversary edition got released. Jonathan Blow did a couple of podcasts talking about the making of the game. That was actually from that. So I heard all that already before. I didn't realise in the podcast they'll actually be using it in game as well. So that's interesting. Oh, I'm starting to feel tired. Alright, cool. Let's go on with it. Keeping puzzles easy to think about.
You said that in this game, the jumps are much shorter than Mario jumps.
Yes.
And that is not an accident, apparently. So why is this the case?
Lots of reasons. So it's over-determined, as we say, which means that even if you got rid of some of these, it would still be correct for the rest of them.
Okay, so you really, really in Braid, for many reasons, want these
Yes,
jumps to be
I will
short.
start listing reasons.
Okay. As part of the framing, could you also say, how did this come about? Like, did you just throw in a value at first and then it got refined over time, or like is there any also like procedural aspect?
Yeah.
You not really remember.
Well, so to lay down the ideas,
Yeah.
there's this initial fundamental question,
Yeah.
which is, how does jumping even work mechanically?
Yeah.
Do you press the button and just
Seen
the
this.
jump goes?
Right.
Or do you hold the button and you like jump higher
Right.
as long as you hold it? Which is how Super Mario Brothers works,
Right.
and
Right.
was considered to be an innovation at that time that made it a lot more friendly and playable. Like if you go back and play like
Yeah.
Load Runner,
Is there air control in Donkey Kong? There might
a
not be air
little
control.
bit.
Okay, it says we've done that one. This is the second one, of course. Keeping puzzle easy to think about. So I think we might go straight to the second one.
Decided early on, Braid's a puzzle game. It's
Yep.
not an action game,
Right.
as you just said. What are puzzles like in this universe? Well, they're pretty much, it's hard to get somewhere.
Mhm.
And so the goal is get to that place. And the way we indicate that place is by putting a collectible there or a
Right.
key or something.
Right.
And that's how you know that you successfully got to the place. All right.
Right.
Now, I think I already, to some degree, although this became further refined as I kept working on the game, but to some degree I knew I wanted puzzles that are relatively simple in the sense that they're not like all a set of 17 steps, and that's what
Right.
makes them hard, is to figure out the order and the timing for the 17 steps. Because
Right.
again, that's probably not about cool time manipulation stuff exactly.
Okay.
Like any game can make you do 17 things in order to solve a puzzle. And once you've solved a couple of those, if it's only about figuring out the order and number of things to do, that just gets boring. Those situations are isomorphic to each other very quickly, right? So I had some sense that it's like I want to focus on the time stuff. And so I don't want the puzzles to be massively complicated. I want them to be as simple as I can make them while highlighting the cool thing. And again, that became more refined during development, but I believe I had that idea in the beginning. And so once you have that idea, you're like, okay, well, also, what is it about puzzles? Often they're hard, right? What makes a puzzle hard? There's kind of two classes of things. There are things that are on focus to what you're trying to achieve, and there are things that are off focus, right? Things that are on focus that make a puzzle hard is like, well, I'm not used to thinking about time behaving in this way, and there are some consequences of it that I haven't visualized yet.
Right.
So
Mhm.
I'm having a hard time solving the puzzle because I don't realize that there's some effect that I could bring to bear.
Right.
And as a designer, you have control over like how much you hint that or whatever.
Right. Right.
But when people realize that it's on topic, it's like, oh, that's what the game's about. Now I understand more about the time thing, right?
Right.
Something that's off topic is, well, this puzzle's hard because I'm trying to think about it. And again, there's a lot of steps, and
Right.
keeping that in my mind like a chess master is very hard for me because I'm not a chess master.
Right. Right.
Another one that I was thinking about very heavily early is I can't see the whole puzzle, right?
Ah.
There's like some stuff off the screen to the left and to the right and up,
Right.
and I'm kind of trying to remember all these elements.
Right.
That makes a puzzle much harder than I can just look at the screen and see all the things.
Right.
And so early on, I had this idea that I wanted a puzzle to fit on a screen because that removes a lot of this incidental difficulty, right?
Right. Right. Right.
So that leads to compact designs that are simpler in terms of number of walls and number of rooms and
Right.
whatever.
Right.
We've now stated two constraints. We've said puzzles are about it being difficult to get to a particular place, which often, reading between the lines, this is a game with gravity and you jump and platforms.
Right.
And so
Right.
usually up is hard,
Right.
right?
Yes.
Or across to some place that is separated by something you would fall down through.
Right.
Okay. And we want puzzles to fit on one screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the height that you jump
Right.
determines how interesting the puzzles can be.
Right.
And it needs to be short enough that you can fit a
Yep.
puzzle of the interest level that you want, of the maximum interest level that you
Right.
want, on one screen. Right?
Okay.
If that's not true, if you jump half the screen, then a puzzle could only ever be like 2 jumps max.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
you could almost see this in something like going from Donkey Kong. I never thought of it this way, but in going from Donkey Kong to Super Mario Brothers, if you had the Super Mario Brothers jump in Donkey Kong, the entire game would take 2 jumps. You just jump to the
Yes.
mid-level, then you jump right to the top, right? So you can immediately see, like, yeah, the complexity that you want on one screen
Yeah.
tells you exactly how high the jump can be, because if it's higher than that, you can't make the game.
Yeah.
Like, literally.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, okay. So everything that I just said here is very particular to Braid specifically.
Right.
But the meta skill that I would encourage people to develop is
Yes.
a priori, while figuring out what your game is, to be able to see enough of this kind of constraint for your domain that you're working in, that you then can do something much closer to the right thing out of the gate than you would otherwise, right? There is this old idea in games, and it seemed true at the time when people were saying this. The idea was, oh, you can design a game, but the first time a player actually meets your game, they're just gonna the play test result is going to be totally different than anything you ever expected, and that's why you have to play test and iterate, and you can't really a priori design. And like, that's a little bit true, but it's actually not that true. Like, if you're a good designer, you actually should kind of know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that was also part of the podcast I listened to before. Turn the game so that twitchy gameplay won't block your ability to solve puzzles. Yeah, I haven't done that. Yeah, I haven't. Yeah.
Not only is this a puzzle game, not an action game, but what does that mean? Let's come up with a strong statement about what that means, because the stronger and clearer the statement, the more it can guide design decisions. Whereas the statement, this is a puzzle game, not an action game, is not necessarily, again, actionable in the sense that there still needs to be some more steps between that and telling you the answer to decisions. Right. So here's a stronger version of that statement, which I very explicitly formulated to myself. Because it is a puzzle game, not an action game. Once you figure out the answer to a puzzle, you should then just be able to solve the puzzle. There should not be an action element that is hard that you also need to be able to do to solve the puzzle.
Yeah, it's like Celeste.
And then, so that's a statement about solutions, and then you can walk that one step to what do you do as a player who doesn't know the solution? You attempt solutions. If you have a concrete idea about what solution you are attempting, it should not be dexterity based to the greatest extent possible. It should simply be that you try the thing. Now, I think in the game as it stands today, this was not completely successful just because you watch people who are new at the game, they're trying to jump on a monster's head, they miss or whatever, like all these things happen.
Well, we also know for a fact, because it has now been documented indelibly,
that Brian
Moriarty could not finish Braid, despite being one of the people who has played more hours of The Witness than anyone on planet Earth, because he could not successfully jump on one of the bounce, not Goombas, because that's trademarked, monsters.
Now, he may just be much less of an action gamer than most people as well.
Maybe.
Also, though, standards are really different today than even they were back then. Like, in the 2000s, there were hard platformers. And if you go back to the 80s or the 90s, platformers were really hard and tweaky because that was just the only way to get gameplay out of them, really.
Also, there's probably an expectation in 2008, because there hasn't been the iPhone gaming scene and all these other things, that anyone who would find a sure-to-be esoteric game like Braid, which is probably what you're thinking when it comes out, will be a relatively accomplished gamer. That turned out not to be the case, but at the time, no one would have thought, like, oh, all of these potentially casual gamers might check this out, or that isn't what anyone would have been thinking.
And so what I would just say is this decision was successful, and I did this statement about there shouldn't be an action barrier to solving things was very clearly successfully executed relative to the platformers of 2000 to 2005, which were like very hard, made for gamers and whatever, right? There are also other design parameters to this, right? So for example, how could you make it easier to jump on monsters? Well, maybe if I slow them down so that it's more like they're in one spot and they move slowly, it's easier to target because you're sort of more targeting a space on the ground than where they are. The problem is that has a pacing effect across the entire game. Now, anytime anybody's solving a puzzle, it takes a lot longer and is slower and all this stuff, right? And then like, okay, I have a certain amount of space for rewind buffers. If that's like 20 minutes on the most complicated level, if it takes 3 times as long for the monster to go, that's effectively 6 minutes,
Yeah.
right? It starts
Yeah.
getting scary. Like these
Yeah.
kind of things happen. So I think I did a good job given the context I was working in.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can objectively say that there's no
Right.
action skill required
Right,
to solve puzzles,
right.
because there definitely is.
Yes.
It's just not that much compared to what it would have
Could
been in
have
another
been, yeah,
game,
yeah.
or what it would have been if I had decided that this was an action game.
Right.
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 Yeah.
That was cool. You're saying 2 different types of like difficulty, and it's kind of like what I was saying with Celeste. There's like 2 solutions to the problem. The first one you got to figure out what to do, and then the next one is actually like executing it. He was talking about like the dexterity part. He didn't want to do like the execution being difficult. He just wanted, as soon as you figured out what the solution was, then it's solved. Whereas in Celeste, that was only like half the solution. The other half was actually executing it. And also in Celeste, it kind of meant that like sometimes figuring out what to do would be easy, but execution was difficult. Or sometimes it would be the reverse, where like it would be really hard to figure out what the solution is. But like once you figure it out, then the execution, the actual dexterity, the actual gameplay of it was actually not too hard. It's interesting. Jonathan Blow on this game just decided to go pure like just solve the puzzle, and then if you figure it out, then it's solved. Interesting. The idea about breaking patterns.
There's an idea that I tend to have about games, which is the following. You can just do some stuff and it's just kind of random and not coherent, and that's not very good.
Mhm.
Right? And so one of the ways that you do to fix that is you establish a pattern that people can understand, either consciously or subconsciously. In this game, it's that, you know, things are about time, and here's how long the worlds are, and there's a dinosaur at the end and all of that, right?
Right.
Pardon me.
12 puzzle pieces, put them together, etc., etc.
And that gives you, I mean, I don't know what the right language is, but there's some kind of value to that.
Mhm.
There's an amount of good gameness that you get out of that approach.
It's like a predictability of some aspect of the game
Yes.
that helps hold it together, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, but it's deeper and subtler than that.
Okay.
Right? There are many aspects to it. Right?
Okay.
All sorts of things, like the feeling that the player is in good hands with the designer comes from this,
Right.
for example.
Right.
Their ability to solve puzzles comes from them understanding what the hell is expected from them, and,
Right,
and all
right.
sorts of things like that.
Yes.
So this is where value comes from. And you could be more good or less good about establishing those patterns and sticking to them, right, consistently. If you don't establish the patterns solidly enough, even if you as a designer think that they're there, the players won't realize that they're there, and they won't work as well as you would think. Now, suppose you do a good job establishing those patterns and following those patterns. Then what? Is there more value to get after that?
Hmm.
And I think the answer is yes,
Okay.
because once you've established a pattern, there is now surprise in breaking the pattern.
Okay.
And breaking the pattern is not coherent if you have not established the pattern, because it just seems like randomness.
Okay.
But once the pattern is there, if you break it, then it's an extra moment that the player gets to have on top of what they have already had.
Take a peek. We've done these ones already. Supposedly. Yeah. This one you haven't done. The original World 1 was something else.
The idea was that the rewind was a surprise, right?
Right.
And so before World 2, there was actually World 1.
Yes, there was.
And World 1 was you play this platformer and it's got the monsters and stuff on it, and
Yep.
there's no rewind.
Right.
And so that you can do even less with that, right?
Right. Right.
But it's a little bit like, well, jump on the guys' heads and practice jumping
Yeah,
over
yeah.
pits and stuff. And the thing is, because in the rules of the world there are death conditions, there just were,
Yeah.
and in that one you would respawn at the beginning,
Right.
and then later in World 2 you would get the ability to rewind, right? And that seemed good to me, except I already kind of knew, like when a movie comes out where like the reason you're supposed to watch it is because, like, I don't know, 2012 or some ridiculous movie like that, where
Right.
like, oh, it's because the world's getting destroyed in this movie.
Right.
You can't have that be like a surprise that you devote sufficient dramatic time to
Right.
in the movie, because
Right.
everybody knows this thing.
Okay,
And,
so
like-
so you figured when this game came out, people would talk about it or see trailers, and it's like they would already know that there's rewind, so it's just kind of
It seemed like a
a
dangerous
lame duck thing.
That was one of the elements I was thinking about, but there
Okay.
were some other ones, like, well, respawning with infinite lives is almost a superpower of its own. That's not as good as rewind, but like, it's diminishing rewind to have like, oh, you just respawn at the start of the level or whatever.
Okay.
And I could put lives in and whatever, and then have it be, hey, isn't it cool that the lives don't matter anymore? But that seemed like a big conceit.
Yeah.
And also, it just seemed like the gameplay before Rewind just wasn't going to be that good. And so I had this worry. So again, I have no reason to believe anyone's going to play this game, right?
Right. Right.
Like, Sean had released Chromatron, and like
Right.
100 people played it or something.
right. Right. Right.
So I was like, it's bad to have people play through a whole world that's maybe even a little bit hard or something,
Right.
and not even know why the game's supposed to be good.
Right. Right.
So, like, why not let them know right away? And again, I mean, this goes to the Psalm 46 speech again. Like, let them know right away why the game's good.
Yeah.
Why do this thing? And so the idea of Rewind being a surprise was a little bit fun, but I was like, in reality, it's probably not going to work, and so I'm not going to worry about it. But for quite a while, the game had a World 1 where you just don't die, and
Yeah.
you've just got to get to the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing. Like, it was sort of inherently hard because there's nothing else. There's no other challenge, maybe apart from getting to the end of the world. I mean, maybe you could have had the puzzle pieces all off to the side. I don't know. It just seems like a nothing burger, right?
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
able to walk through that world and like there's nothing going on.
Right.
Creating and breaking patterns for my later follow-up discussion.
There are exceptions. This is not a game of ironclad consistency everywhere. And I think that's just part of what makes it interesting. Like you can imagine generating a simple algorithmic pattern like a square wave or something, and you can convince people that it's very advanced and refined because it's so repeatable and so perfect. But at the same time, it's like, well, it's kind of boring to look at and kind of boring to listen to. And if you were to add some more things to that shape in occasional places, then you get both. You get the square wave part. People recognize the shape, but then they also can notice the deviations from the shape. And that's actually similar to what we were saying in the interview about breaking patterns, right? Establishing patterns and then getting a little bit more juice out of breaking the pattern. It's a little bit different.
It's very musical as well, in some sense. I mean, everyone kind of intuitively knows that their favorite song has a lot of repetition in it, but it is not just one measure repeated the entire time. What oftentimes makes a song interesting is one part where we change from one thing to another, or where we put in a particular flourish that isn't in the rest of the repetitious part of the song, right? So, like, I would think that people kind of intuitively, at some sense, know that an exact algorithm repeated over and over again is not what feels the best to experience,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, another way to explain this too for computer people is the information theory angle, right?
Mhm.
Which is that, if you take some model as like surprise is enjoyable or new information is enjoyable, right? What is new information? It's a deviation from what you can predict, right? Now, in order to predict things, you need to have a thesis about what the next thing is going to be, which means you need to observe and detect a pattern that you know how to continue in your mind, and then surprise can happen, right? If you don't put the surprise in, if you just do the pattern, that's better than randomness probably, but it becomes boring because there's no new information, right?
And at the same time, you have to have the ability to have that consistency, because otherwise it's also not surprising, because in a thing of randomness, nothing is a surprise. Anything goes. And so it's not really all that surprising to you because there was no pattern to break. So it's almost like you need both. You have to have a balance between both. You can't just do one or the other.
Cool. I'm done with that. Can't even get up there. We have to get on one of those up there and drop down on it. So I suppose you go into the world and then come out and drop down. We can experiment that later. I don't think we can do anything from here currently. Yeah, so this is all this section done, which is basically the commentary with that guy. Let's exit the current world. So we just completed all of Cassie Moratori. Casey, sorry. Yeah, moving on to Mark 10 Bosch. Yeah, alright, cool, let's do it. Conversation with Mark 10 Bosch. Let's see how much we have. It's a long conversation. Let's see how much there is. Not as long as the other one. And this one's green. Doesn't get affected by time. Okay, think about that later. If it is a thing. Let's do this in order.
These are excerpts from an interview by Mark Ten Bosch. Mark has been a friend of mine for quite a number of years now. I met him when he first started working on his four-dimensional game Miegakure, which he is still working
cool.
on. He's one of the few people who really understands the kind of design that I do at a deep level, so it was an interesting conversation.
Design of an early puzzle.
So I'm thinking of like the beginning of World 2-4, where there's a puzzle piece right above the entry door and there's like nothing near it, and you're like, how am I supposed to get this? There's a monster there, and it just sort of seems like it's a thing to dodge and avoid and maybe get killed by, and then you rewind or whatever. But really, you like get the monster back to the other side, and it's like, is that a rewind puzzle? Not really. I mean, I don't know, man. It's an interesting puzzle. It's weird because aesthetically, it feels like it does the right thing in a number of ways. You have this challenge that's very minimal and looks impossible. There's just like a puzzle piece in the air. What are you going to do about that? And then there's misdirection to it because that monster way over there doesn't seem like it's relevant. It seems like the goal is to guard you from going forward, and you have to do something quite specific to solve it, because you have to catch the monster on the monster walks fast enough that he'll probably fall in the pit and die, and so you have to catch him on the platform with the right timing to just barely get him across, and then you have to like jump over him or something without killing him. So it's pretty hard to do accidentally, which is a hallmark of a good puzzle, and the rewind helps you with that.
Yeah, I thought I did that one before. Alright, it's done now. Alright, I suppose you go up here next. Why are the levels so geometrically simple?
Alright, so the thing that struck me the most when I played Braid was how minimalistic the puzzle design felt. And I think that was like sort of the thing that blew me away the most, maybe, I want to say. And I was wondering if you had more thoughts on that. I've sort of heard you talk about it a little bit, but maybe we can go deeper there.
That's a direction that I went more in over time that I kind of discovered while I was working on the game. There definitely was more complex level geometry in the beginning and more monsters and stuff. I think one idea that I had early on was I want levels to fit on one screen so that they're framed, like whenever possible. Like sometimes it'll be fun to have bigger levels, but if everything fits on one screen and you're thinking about a hard puzzle, you can see all the elements right there. And you're taking away some artificial difficulty and you get to the essence of the puzzle, right? Good puzzles are going to be things where you can see all the information, and that means they're not that complicated. And I had played puzzle games where the reason the puzzle was hard is because you have to do 17 things in the right order or whatever. And I was like, no, that's not this game, because this game should be about time. Because I'd been doing experimental gameplay workshop, I had this idea that every puzzle should be on theme for the particular world. And so if something is on theme, how complicated can it be? Because if there's some specific idea about it, if that idea only takes place in one part of the puzzle, what's the rest of the puzzle doing? It's kind of dead weight on that. Unless the idea happens multiple times to like fill out, but that's hard. It's like a lot harder to design one idea taking place in multiple ways. We actually do that on the new game a little bit, and actually Zach is really good at that. He's maybe the best person I've ever seen at that particular thing. So I think that gravitated towards simpler puzzles, but also just sometimes I would be working on a puzzle and I would be unhappy with it because it looks ugly, or just this thing is weird, and then I would delete the thing that was weird and I would like it more. And I kept seeing that trend. I was like, okay, this game is better when I'm more minimal. But that was only something that I really had clarity about, I would say, by the middle or 2/3 of the way through development, for sure.
Okay, now I've got to figure out how to get onto that one. I can't bounce on him. Maybe I could drop down and bounce on him. And that way I get a little bit more height. So... oh, that actually worked. Oh, that actually worked also. Why is the story text like that?
What ended up in the game is then sort of these panels of text, which are very much like Einstein's dream in my mind, where it's trying to do a metaphor for what the mechanic is about, and then the gameplay, which is very mechanical and like doesn't really connect to the metaphor directly. So like those two elements feel a little bit disconnected to me, but also like you sort of explained how that came about. So I'm interested if you have anything more to say about that.
I mean, it's complicated, right?
Yeah.
Like, I definitely knew that some people weren't going to care about the fiction part of the game. Because especially when you make a 2D platformer, you have some idea of... I just could very easily imagine somebody not wanting to read the story, and in fact that was very clear. And actually in the original prototype, the story parts they were just like on a screen, like introducing World 2. Here's a giant page of text. Press spacebar to continue. And that you could especially see people start reading it and then go like, skip, I want to
Yeah.
play the game, which is what I would do with most games
Right,
today
yeah.
as well. Unless, like, I have to, if I sit down in front of a game and it starts doing story stuff, really like what I'm seeing in order to stay with it, because otherwise I don't have faith that this thing is going to be any good. And I just let me get to the part where I get to do something, right? But so the way that I squared that a little bit, I was like, I want the story things to be a little bit more interactive, but I do want them to be together and coherent as a story segment. Like, one thing you could imagine is that instead of being front-loaded story in front of each world like this, like Cave Story had been out for a long time.
Yeah, so we've
right?
seen
And
this
that
one
just-
already, haven't
you
we?
meet characters over the course of this linear platformer, and they tell you things, and those things come together to make the narrative, right? It's like AAA games did for a long time, but it's like the indie version of that. And that could have been the model for this, but it just wasn't what I wanted to do. I wanted to very straightforwardly be influenced by books. And one of the things about books, as different from some other things,
Let me
especially
just
the way
listen
games
to it a
are
little
got
bit
them,
longer.
is that books kind of want you to have an attention span, right? Because it's this long sequence of text. And I don't know if I ever explicitly had that as a mission statement, but I definitely felt that way. It's like, look, if you want to have an attention span and read this, that's fine. If you don't, I'm going to set it up so that it's in pieces and you could just sort of run by all the pieces, you know? But like I could have, you know, in those little book stands that are in the game, those could have just been scattered throughout the worlds, and you could have encountered them as you could. That would be a very easy change. But then it would be harder to get the coherent picture of them put together, which might have been good in some ways, because I did like this idea of an activity of trying to put together the ideas of the story and what is going on. But I just really wanted it to be front loaded that way, you know?
I think it is nice that you have those two separate pieces and they sort of like bounce off each other, which you wouldn't get if you.
It's definitely a thing that some people complain about, but you know, you can't listen to everybody's complaints, right? So
Yeah, you have to decide something.
yeah, that's like I could have done it, but it would have been a fairly different game, you know, if we and what would that decision have been based on, right? Like, I kind of have a fear that, maybe a realistic fear, that a lot of players will not want to read something. So let me design for that. It's like, okay, but like, maybe it's not that experimental of a game in that dimension anymore. Like, I wanted to do this thing that I hadn't seen games do.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if I've read that one before, no, actually. I think there's a possibility he might have been covering the same ground from previous one, but I'm not sure. For anyone who's just joining me now, I'm basically completed the game Braid, and I'm now in the commentary section of the game. So for the last couple of sessions, I've been listening to how the game's been made. And I'm going through the chapter of game design and the sub-chapter, a conversation with Mark 10 Bosch. So yeah, we're just going through that one by one. This whole stream would be me just listening. So, alright, what do we have? Why are there interactive puzzle pieces and an elaboration?
Is there more to say about why there is a puzzle actually in the world? Like, why did you want to do that? And
That was just the idea that I had, right? Like, that was it. So there's the question, how do you get collectibles and make them meaningful? People probably don't think about it as a collectible, but, you know, in Braid, a different way that this happens is as you solve each world, I guess it's once you complete the actual puzzle piece, then that stairway sort of shows up and you can get up to the attic, and it's sort of like you're collecting the stairway pieces, right? But that's a way of making it matter, because you can go climb on those stairs even when they're incomplete, right? And you're like, oh, I can get up 2 of them, but then this one's gone, but I see if that were in place I could go up 2 more. And like it just, even though logically speaking it's you need 5 out of 5,
right.
it's just better in some way. And so with the puzzle pieces, it's like, okay, why collect puzzle pieces? One, it like matters. Two, it could tie into the story because you have an image, right, that you're gradually revealing, and it gave pacing that you can play with. So that's why there are puzzle frames in the middle of levels often. It's to give you a break and some variety in what you're doing in the middle of the level before you go back and do like more hard puzzles. It's like, oh, I can, if I got 5 of the pieces, I could try putting them together, or I could, if they don't fit quite, I could at least look at them and try and figure out what corner this corner is, even if it doesn't attach to something, or I can try to figure out what the scene's going to be. You have a gradual reveal of the scene that's going to be in the image. All those things are positive, and I didn't have a different idea that was better, that had as many positives.
So then did you place those panels where you have to put the puzzles in locations where you thought people needed breaks, or?
I think so. Also, though, like it was a general heuristic that I'm trying to give people a nice break in the middle, but it's also just a little bit intuition and a little bit trying to work with the designs of levels that I have. And like sometimes I felt a little bit stuck, like the ideal for this place for this puzzle frame would be here, but I kind of can't do that without destroying the level because it's too tight, so I have to put it on the next level, and it's not quite where I would like it to be, or whatever. There's also, this is kind of an unspoken rule in the game, but I believe you'll find it intact. They're never at the beginning of a level because you like have to get to them. It's like
A reward.
you have to earn it a little bit somehow. So they're usually toward the end. It actually would have been fun to put one at the beginning of a level,
For the
but I just never did that.
The pattern breaking thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I don't feel that the explanation I gave Mark about why there are puzzle pieces in the game was very easy to follow, so I'll try to clarify. As a baseline, there could have just been a counter. Each time you solve a puzzle, you get a star or something that then disappears and no longer exists except as a number. And when that number gets to 12, you've finished that world. But when I imagined the game working this way, it made the puzzles feel more arbitrary, in my estimation at least. I wanted puzzles to feel grounded and interesting and important, like you're working towards something other than just raising a number. Making the collectibles into puzzle pieces gives the player a new activity to do, on which he can make partial progress between puzzles. And this isn't just busy work, because the puzzle image communicates something. And each time the player connects another piece, he gradually figures out what the image is showing, and that's interesting. But the image isn't just random information. It refers to the subject matter in the story screens and the overall thematics of the game. So having you collect physical puzzle pieces also connects the puzzle gameplay to the story in a way it wouldn't otherwise be. The ladders to the attic are a similar idea. It could just be a number, and when the number gets to 5, you reach the end game. But I felt it was important to instantiate that number physically in the game, even though the ladders are not as rich or interesting as the puzzle pieces. They really can't be, because there are so few.
Cool. The pit and the magic key.
You know, one of the levels that shows up again in the game a few times is this level called the pit.
Yeah, I was going to ask
And
about
it's
that
super, it's one of the most minimal. It's
Yeah,
literally
it's
one
beautiful.
screen
Yeah.
and there's a pit.
Yeah.
And then what can we do with
And it
that,
happens
right?
like 5 times too, which is great.
Yeah. And so that, in the original prototype of the game, that was the level where I introduced the magic key. And the magic key was the predecessor to the current World 3 stuff we were talking about, where things don't rewind. But the idea back then was like, okay, the key doesn't rewind. It's
I
just
see.
like special.
Just
So there
the
was no
key.
sparkles. It wasn't like a modifier on objects the way that it is now. It simply was,
Okay.
the key is kind of cool. And I was like, okay, what's a simple way that you demonstrate that to people? Well, I want to force them to figure it out and have this epiphany from figuring it out. What if they have to go into a pit and get the key, and the pit is a little higher than they can jump? So maybe they think that they could jump out, but you jump in and then you're just stuck, and then you basically have to rewind out. And then, you know, if you go and you look at this level, it was a very long level that totally doesn't fit on the screen, and you go to the right for a while, you jump on some monsters or whatever, and then I was following game design advice traditional good game design advice, which is before you find a key, you must encounter the locked door and not be able to proceed.
Okay.
Because otherwise you don't appreciate the key. Otherwise you just get the key.
Of
right?
course, right.
Now I have violated that rule, sort of, in the final game, because you have the pit and then the gate on the other side, and you get the key first, or you encounter the key first, but because it's 2D and it all fits on one screen, you see the gate and it's kind of fine, right?
Well, yeah. Well, I think what it's saying is you should frustrate the player first, so that they appreciate it, which doesn't mean they have to see it. They just have to feel frustrated.
I don't know if it's about frustrated even, but it's like if you get a key and then you see a locked door that looks like a really badass locked door, but you just have the key, you don't even maybe realize when you picked it up.
Right.
like,
Yeah. That's sort of
then
what
it's
I
like
mean,
a nothing burger, and nothing
Yes.
burgers feel bad.
Yeah.
Right. So it's about avoiding that
Right.
kind of a thing.
Which
too.
you've succeeded at that, right? Because
Yeah.
you fall into the pit and then you don't know what to do, and then therefore that's the part where you're like, oh, I need to be doing something. Something needs to happen. It's just not given to you.
Yes. But to go back to the original level, it was, so you would go left to right along the ground, right? You would run into this gate and you're blocked. So you climb up this trellis and like back left. And then over here, there's like a pit, and it didn't fit vertically. So it was like kind of half scrolled off the screen. And then you would go into this pit over here and be stuck and come back out and come down and around. It was way less elegant. It was ugly. I mean, it worked. Like mechanically, I could have shipped that level, right? But I turned that level into the absolute minimum thing that you see, because it was like, okay, what is actually good about this, right? And then what do I really need to do that thing that's good? And then also, you know, I had just some idea of, hey, it's really cool to do things with the minimum amount, right? That's sort of an Eastern aesthetic to some degree. There's some Western traditions that do this too, but like, what can I do something highly effective with a minimum amount of material, right? And it's a game design application of that idea. And then once I did that a few times, I saw that it was working, I guess.
Is it a programmer thing as well? Or like, do you think it's sort of your programmer part? Like liking elegance in design, like minimum code for what it's doing, things like that?
It's quite possible. I mean, I didn't have that association in my head very deliberately at the time, but
Yeah, of course.
it could be just that I trained myself that way to appreciate that.
Okay, that's interesting.
Now it's weird because so the aesthetics of the game visually are not minimal, right? Like the style, the painterly style of the game is very much not minimal. So it's not like I'm saying minimalism in all places is the right thing, but it's complicated. Right?
Well, I think, yeah, I don't think minimalism is always the right thing or not. I mean, it's just an aesthetic that you can decide to pick, and you're like, okay, I'm going to go for minimalism, and that's what the game is going to be about. And then there are going to be some good things and some bad things that come out of that.
Yeah.
Jonathan Blow was saying, like, in game design, you have to experience the locked door first and then the key. So, like, you get, like, frustrated and then you find a solution, get a key. To make it worth it, otherwise there's another burger, as he said. And he says he does the opposite on this, where you get the key first, down here, and then go to the door. So, but I suppose technically that is the case, like, thinking linearly. But like as soon as you enter it, you kind of like do the puzzle in your head as soon as you come in it. So you kind of look at the door first, and you see the locked door. So you kind of are doing that first. You are seeing there's a problem, and then you look down on the key, and then you see there's a solution. So even though the key is like actually closer to you to begin with, you actually pay attention to the door first. So it kind of still fits into that ethos. That's just my idea. A strange grace note in phase. Grace note in phase.
So World 6 is the problem that I have is that it's again, like, I think it's all very clean design, so I don't have
anything to say about it.
about it.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's one tiny thing where like it's sort of related, where you put the flower where you're supposed to put the ring.
Yeah, I mean, so that whole puzzle is more messy than I would like. So in a game like that where things
With the
move
flowers here.
continuously, then making a puzzle clean is kind of about avoiding proximity between wrong solutions and right solutions in terms of like how close they get you to the goal. A dumb example is if you're not supposed to be able to jump across a gap, that gap should be really wide, right? So that you don't think that that's what you're supposed to be trying to do. In this particular puzzle, it was really hard to get it to feel clean actually. A related but different puzzle is the one we talked about with putting the ring on the cannon.
Right.
That one is cleaner because there's kind of nowhere else to put it. In this one we're talking about, you could put the ring on the ground and it does affect you, but not quite enough. It's less clear that it's failure, I guess. And maybe that's why, really, okay, the real reason why I put the flower there is like I don't expect people to actively use that as a hint how to solve the puzzle unless they have some weird intuition moment. Really, what it was is after you solve it, it's a little bit cute that like, oh, that flower is there as a thing of where I should put this. But also, it's a little bit cute because that flower is in the earlier version of the level because this is a reprise of a World 3 and that has the flower as well and you don't really know why at the time. And it's for this, moderately tenuous, but definitely there's a point to it reason that happens way later in the game. And I just like that. It's not very logical. It's not even necessarily very playable, but it's just a thing that's there.
It's again interesting to contrast that in this case you were okay with helping the player.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is in part because I felt that it's a little messy. Like I just remember there being a lot of adjustment to like get the timing good. I mean, I could have put more gaps that you jump over or something, but I opted for simplicity in the end.
You could have like a granulated thing too, where like there's pits that you could put it in, so like it discretizes the locations.
Yeah, I guess I just felt like that was too complicated and ugly, right? Although, the judgment of how ugly things is, often in design, we're making that based on the mock-up level. And then when you do like the final graphics, it could get a fiction to it and a visual pleasantness that makes you not mind it so much.
Mm-mm.
Oh, cool. Deliberate position of keys and making the obvious thing wrong. Have we done these two? Making us work for the puzzle, for the commentary.
And I thought that puzzle is doing the thing that is very common, I think, in puzzle design, where you make the obvious thing the wrong thing, and you have the right thing sort of away in a pit where you have to go through and get the object. This sort of misdirection of like, here, try it first, do it wrong, then see what you've done wrong, and then now you have to figure out how to do it correctly. But I'm interested to know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, it's complicated, right? I started out, I saw the kind of a situation was unfolding like you're talking about. And then like you also see what opportunities you can do given this scenario, right? And so this is one instance of a thing that I do in the game where it's not the most blatant instance, but I say, okay, you're supposed to know how this works by now. So I'm going to set you up to screw up and fail and do the wrong thing if you're just like blindly playing through the game. It's like an interesting way of reminding people that it matters to do the right thing without making a big complicated scenario like a maze where you have to like try to find the key or whatever. It's like, look, you just put the wrong one right there. And in fact, you can open the first gate, I think, and it's fine. And it's like, so yeah, this key, right? It's the wrong key, but this is still savable, right? It's just a rewindable key and a rewindable gate. And like, I go back and get this one right. You don't actually really fail the puzzle until you go all the way down here, find another key, don't really think about whether it's the right key or not, and then use it, right? And then at that point, it's too late. Now there's some other interesting stuff happening, right? So if I rewind here, back to the point where I have the other key, why do I have the other key exactly now? Like, how do you pick up a key? Well, you intersect with the bounding box of the key. It sets the carrying state, whatever, right? What if there's two keys? How do you decide? Well, if they all have the same properties, it doesn't matter, but that's not a situation that ever happens in the game, actually, right? So here, there's a hidden rule that says the rewind exempt key is lower priority than the other key, and that's
Interesting.
the
Didn't
only
know that.
place I think that really matters is this specific puzzle. But
Suppose you
yeah,
don't
so
really think about
so
it,
I
do you?
mentioned, if I put the other key a little bit further to the left, you would still see them both, and it might engage it. But I wanted people to like preemptively realize what was going on or get caught. And I think most people get caught, even people who understand the game, right?
Yeah.
But I think for me, it was enough to give you another place to go that obviously went out of sight. And it's like, well, you just weren't that curious about what was down there, were you, right? You just decided to go use the key first. And it's fine until you use this second key on the second gate, and then that should be obvious. It's like I've got no more keys. As soon as I intersect this gate, this key is going to break, and the gate's going to be open, and there's still one more gate. And I've been everywhere on the level now, right? I've seen what's down the pit. You should, before you do that, know that it's going to fail, but people usually fail anyway. And I kind of like that as a designer, right? I'm like, okay, I want to do this.
Why?
Because it's funny.
Yeah, well, I agree with him. That's a good way of doing it. It's an interesting way of doing it. But like, when I play puzzle games, I always do everything in order of when I do it, when I see it first. If I see the key there first, I'm going to interact with it first and try it. I want to get to a fail state first, so I could write that off and see, okay, that definitely does not work, and then move on to find a good solution. I kind of want to see all the states, so I kind of go more of a linear fashion.
And so just a little bit more, like, why put the key all the way down the pit and not just like on the other side of those plants? Those plants felt like already enough.
Because I didn't want the player to see the other key.
And why didn't you want the player to see the other key?
Because it just felt better. So when I start designing the puzzle, I'm like, okay, 2 keys, 3 gates. If there's more than 2
Sure,
gates, there either have to be 2 keys or you have a rewind exempt gate like pasted 5 times. And that might be funny.
Right, yeah.
Like, that's maybe a thing we could do. Maybe we'll do that in the commentary area. But I just like this better, right? When I was thinking through the preliminary. Okay, there's going to be 2 keys. How do you present the 2 keys? Are they equidistant from the player somehow? That's actually very hard to achieve in a 2D platform.
You'd have to put them on 2 platforms, and you start on the left, and you can go up or down or something.
Yeah, but then like down is going to be like closer, easier, or one of them is going to be closer to the center of the screen. Like, you can't actually make them equal. So I didn't think that hard about it, right? And I got to do a little bit of fun stuff with, like, okay, it's not only like buried off the screen, but it's deep in a pit that you have to rewind yourself out of, right? So that's a little bit of a reprise from the beginning, but it's also, again, it's to kind of make very clear that this is a rewind exempt key, and
Yeah, that's
you
good.
should be thinking about that with regards to the solution of this puzzle, right? Like, if you just pick it up, it's like, okay, I see that it's sparkling, right? But no, it's like, I have to utilize the property of the key to get the key to begin with, in a way that I've already seen. It was in the first level of this world, but still, I think it's a little bit more of the setup of why it feels like the player's fault when they screw up, right?
Okay, yeah.
I did highlight the fact that the key was not rewindable, so when you broke it and then you couldn't rewind it, you really kind of knew. Like, So if I had put the key on the screen so you saw them both, there are some tricks you can do where one of them is more framed and the other one's off to the side, but I just I didn't feel like that would be very strong. And I wanted to trick people in this one actually, but it is a very that is a judgment call, right? Many other designers would do a different thing according to their own personality. So it's rare to have the ability to think about things in a game in a different way. And so I really enjoy when I get the opportunity to do that. You know, when we get to stuff like why set up the keys in that way? Why do you think it's funny if people do it wrong? That's just kind of personal taste for that game even. And I don't do that always. Like Witness does some funny things, but it does them in a different way, right? Like Witness has a puzzle that's funny, that's easy once you realize why it's funny, right? And it's like, oh, there's just different ways to do it. And I think because Braid's a game where you kind of die on spikes a lot and you stomp on monsters that don't really deserve it, like they were just there. It's like, why are you jumping on them? It's got a little bit of a masochistic streak in it, especially, and that's in the fiction of the game as well to some degree.
It has that vibe of, oh, I should have thought about this. You know, like I'm just on zombie mode right now, and I should be more aware. Like it brings you back, which is good.
Cool. That was interesting. I enjoyed that. Alright, let's roll in. The laws of physics are bidirectional.
Time is bidirectional, right? This is one of the things that survived sort of from the original set of ideas about quantum mechanics and relativity, because one of the things we see in physics at all levels, actually, even in like Newtonian physics, the laws of physics are bidirectional with respect to time. Like the only reason that time seems to go more strongly in one direction is like friction and inertia and stuff. It's like a statistic. What is friction? It's like statistical collisions working out a certain way. The beginning of time is a low entropy state and the end of time is a high entropy state. And it looks to us while we're inside that like it's just things happening and then you get more entropy out. But if you like were to stand way back and look at the whole thing, it's like a very simple shape, right? So then when you get into quantum mechanics, it's a little more complicated, but there's this thing called CPT conservation where, you know, the product of these things, it's charge, parity, and direction of time, right? So if you reverse time, if you negate the charge, something like that. But like there's a way that it works out, and it's invariant.
Right. So you flip one and then the other is flipped.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, how if I was going to write fiction about time going backwards and forwards at the same time, that's not that hard. And in fact, if you make it, as we found out since then, you can make a quite high budget movie where you just sort of show stuff going both directions. But like, okay, it was an interesting challenge. How do you actually make that happen, like for real? What even does that mean?
I think it's
and at
to
first
tenant,
I was like,
right?
okay, obviously I could like either have some things simulate backwards or record some gameplay and play it backwards, but you really want the two streams to affect each other.
Right.
Right, and that's one way, and that's the levels leading up. And then after that, it's like, okay, how do we use this in the story? How do we do something cool for the ending? And like, how do we use this directionality of time thematically for real, right? As opposed to just saying in the story that things going backwards has some meaning,
Yeah,
right?
Right.
And that's where that came from. It was just, how do I make a good world out of this? And then I guess when I had that idea for the ending scene, that's when I knew that was the last world of the game, right? I knew it was probably one of the later ones because I had the earlier ones figured out, but I was like, okay, that's a good ending, and there we go. And I was pretty hyped because there was basically 1 week where I had the idea, I sat down and programmed it, it basically worked, and then I sent it to one friend and he played it and he was like, yeah, this is cool, right? So there was like a week and a half of like end to end from idea to completely working thing. And it didn't change that much into the final game. It got a little bit bigger with more details. There's more like intermediate things that happen in that level, but it was basically the same idea.
So time now is 7:40. I am gonna have a break for 10-15 minutes roughly in 10 minutes time. Hopefully I'm not muted. I'm trying to avoid a mute.
So then World 1 is pretty easy. It's kind of like given to you almost. Were you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's the end game.
So it's a reward almost?
It's a time to break the pattern established by the rest of the game. If you don't do that, isn't an end game really? You know, if it's
Right.
just more levels, but there's fiction that somehow makes it try to seem more important, that to me is not a good end game.
But is it just that that situation of bidirectional time was not conducive to harder puzzles and therefore that's what it was? Or you're just,
There's a little bit of that. Like, I have to work with what I find, right? And so I was like, what can I do with this? Okay, I could make monsters go backwards. I could make other things go backwards, but the little plant guy, it's kind of basically the same backwards as forward. He goes up and down. There's the bunny rabbits, which, again, like I said, the movement is complicated. So, like, you could put in some if statements about to make them go backwards. But, like, I just didn't want to go there. It just didn't seem that good again. It's like, okay, so we made these guys go backwards. Like other things, okay, cloud cannon. It goes backwards. It's the same as going forwards. It's just the clouds congeal on a wall and go backwards. So there isn't one. Other things you kind of can't do. For example, you throw the lever, a platform goes or a door goes, right? You can't start a lever moving and then force the player to throw a switch at a certain time, right? That doesn't make any sense. Now, in the actual finale level, we sort of do have that, but it's like it's the princess throwing the levers and they're kind of causal in both directions. And you probably don't exactly understand what's going on in that case. But when it's scripted like that, you could kind of make it happen. When it's the player doing things, you can't. And so I actually found myself quite limited getting to this point in terms of like what could I actually do? Maybe there's something cool that I didn't think of. It's quite possible, but I was like, okay, this is enough. Like I think if you jumped straight into the finale level, that's a little too hard of an entry. So like here we've got a little bit of an intro, get used to things going backwards. Isn't that interesting? Is a world in its own right. And then there we go.
Cool. Right, let's see anything in this room. I wonder if there's a secret. Just to see. Just messing around. Nope. Interesting. Right, I found out what it asked me to. Nope. Bounce on one, then the other. So close. Right, well, you can do that. so hard to time this. Damn it. Oof. That was tight. Why is there a boss monster? Layer.
And I'm curious how you decided to do a boss.
Honestly, so the boss idea, like sometimes you're just making a game and you're like, hell yeah, wouldn't it be cool to do a platformer boss? I've never done that. So the name of that guy in the code is called Gun Boss because he was going to be holding like a really big gun, right? Now he just spits fireballs out because I didn't want to think about like aiming a big thing around.
Oh
It
yeah,
just,
it looks
I didn't
weird
need
too
that.
in 2D. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. And then it just sort of turned into what it became because it was like, okay, how do I make this interesting? Rewind is sort of the player's strength, and rewind exemption is sort of, it could be a weakness of the monster. Like it naturally is that. Like, oh, he can't get his hit points back. Like, what? Okay. Like you could think of other ways to do a boss. Like maybe there's someone who could rewind also or something. But then that gets into like heavily scripted weird gameplay, and I wanted something that was just like a phenomenon, right? So the basic phenomenon of rewindability is like, okay, if you have a counter on something, that counter will not reverse. So if it's hit points, it just goes down and never up. And it's weird because like that's actually how most games are already. But in this game, it's interesting because it wouldn't have been that way unless we made it that way. Like it's very strange because if I just have exactly this level in a game that didn't have rewind, it's not an interesting level. Now, of course, in order to do that, it's like, okay, you would have to have more ammo to hit the boss with, right? So that's the other thing that's interesting is there's 2 chandeliers. The chandeliers, by the way, why are they chandeliers? Because I felt like I wanted in the game to at least do, there's the whole thing about entropy going in one direction and things, come apart and don't go together very easily. And I wanted just like a visual of that in the game because I wouldn't feel like the game explored this very well without that. But I like the idea of having something break apart and come together. And so it gives us something to call back to at the end of the game. Then, of course, it's like, okay, well, it's not only the boss's weakness, but it's like, it's also how you get more ammunition to fight the boss is by using rewind. So it's not exactly a level that you could do in another game, right? But it's just the boss's hit points being irreversible is interesting, even though it totally isn't in every other game in the world. And I don't know, that was fun.
Yeah, that was cool. Do we have time?
So these are the 2 places in the
Yeah.
game that have like HUDs that come up, right? So there's the monster hunt level where it like checks off the monsters.
Oh yeah.
Why is that in the game, right? Like that's the rest of the game doesn't have that. The game isn't about going through different modes. It was like, well, early on I didn't know what the game was about and I thought that would be an interesting thing to do. And then as I figured out the game with the monster hunt, it stayed interesting because I was able to do something really cool with it in World 4 and tie them together, right? And that made it well worth keeping, even though it's weird, right? So with the boss, again, this HUD comes up with hit points, which we could got rid of because I put horns on him that fly off because that's the better game design thing to do or whatever. But then I thought maybe that's too subtle. So it has both now, which is redundant and maybe a little bit bad for the reason of redundancy.
Done that one as well. Yeah, do we have time? Think about taking a break now. Yeah. Alright, so just to avoid getting muted, I guess stay here as well. This looks like a movable cloud. I'm gonna stay on this whilst I have a break. Yeah, alright, cool. I'm gonna have a break for 15 minutes roughly. Yeah, let's say 16 minutes. Alright, see you guys in 16 minutes. Hey, I'm back. Let's just go straight back in the game. Hopefully I'm not muted. Okay, the cloud has not moved. I was thinking it might, but it looks like, well, it might have done. Is it moving? Don't know. Don't think so. Alright, cool. Hopefully I'm not muted, and let's go back into it. Cool. We'll start off with this one, I suppose. Alright, just double checking everything's going okay. Alright, let me check something first quickly, actually. Yeah, seems to be fine. Should we help the player get closer to the solution? And also an alternative design for the high jump puzzle and the hardest puzzle in the game. Crossing the gap.
All right, so next world, World 5. I think I remember that's the one that I got a little bit stuck on because you can have, I don't know how you call those monsters, Goombas or something. You can have them jump on your head, and that's hard to discover, kind of.
It's one of the interesting possibilities that is enabled by, the mechanic of having a ghost dude who your game isn't over, he dies, right? Like, you probably had monsters bounce on your head before and saw that happen. It's a game ending criteria, or, you have to rewind from there. So you don't think that much about it. Well, you need to actually use that, right? And that's probably my favorite puzzle in the game, actually,
Yeah, it was
because
a good puzzle.
there's nothing there. You look at the level and it's just like there's a platform pretty high up and there's just like a big gap. It would almost be better if it's on a level all by itself,
Because it would be clearer.
because it's so like, sometimes these are my favorite moments in puzzle games where you just look at something and you say, no, I see everything there is to see here, and it clearly, I can tell you why this is impossible, right? And then you're like, oh wait, actually it was possible. Those moments are some of the best in puzzle games too,
Yeah.
they're
Celeste is
very
like
rare.
that as well.
And that is one of them. But I do feel like if I were to redesign the game from scratch, maybe that's on its own level, because it might be too easy at that point, right? But yeah. So the one on the left is actually also, it's sort of about falling, right? In the sense that, like, you kind of have to be here and then fall and rewind, because there's not really a good other way to do this. You kind of have to do this, but there it's sort of about the player and the monster going through or whatever. This is about don't let the monster fall down. And so the platform has to be on both sides of the gap. But over here, we kind of need him to fall off one side, because the whole point is you can't get over on the right. And it's more strong if you just have this platform and there's literally nothing around it. If there was like a ceiling over it and I could run back and forth and I just almost could get there, but like it's tweaky and dumb that I just can't momentum myself in the right way and I need the monster for that, that is a much weaker puzzle, right? Whereas this is much stronger. It's just like, that is way over there. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. And that's why it's one of my favorite puzzles in the game, if not my favorite.
Cool.
Like, maybe that would have just been better, is if you go into this room and there's just a really high platform and that's it. Well, I mean, there has to be more. There has to be monsters coming out of a cannon that, fall some distance somewhere. But that might have been a better level, actually. Like, I do generally try to frame things that are related on the same level. That happens a lot, obviously. Sometimes it's harder to tell why things are related if you're not me. Um, in this particular one, it's like about the monster falling, right? It's like in the one, so monster comes out of a cannon. To solve one of the puzzle, you actually have to prevent him from falling by like filling both halves of a gap, right? Or you don't have to exactly do that, but that's the easiest way to do it. So you want him to not fall, but then you do want him to
Did
like
you do this one already?
fall, or I mean it's in a different place, so it's not that clear. Like if he actually fell through that gap, again, that might be with a platform. That is it.
Yeah, I think we did.
What do you think of the idea of making it more obvious that it's about a monster jumping on your head? Like
No,
maybe, yeah,
no, I don't like that.
yeah.
Um, I mean, I can say a couple things to start that I'm sure you've heard me say, but then maybe we can get into something interesting
Yeah.
here, right? So, firstly, a puzzle is something you might not solve, right? So, like, that's what makes it a challenge, is because if I don't do a good job, I won't be able to solve the puzzle, right? And some people take this attitude. Like, I hate puzzle games where, like, 10 seconds after you enter the level, it says, "Oh, you haven't gone that far yet. Let me give you a hint." Like, those timers are always set so short whenever people do that. It drives me nuts, right?
Yeah,
I have
tricks.
heard specifically the rationale that we
Cater
want everybody to
audience.
be able
Yeah.
to finish the game and solve all the main, and maybe there's some hard puzzles off to the side, but we want everybody to finish this game. And to me, that's not really a puzzle game anymore, because the depth of appreciation depends on how hard you actually thought about it, or how much, let's not even use the word hard. Like, how deeply did you think about what's happening in this level? How
Hey Vostik, how you doing? You sticking around long this time?
much did you run through permutations in your mind about what could be interesting about it? Then you come out of it with an appreciation. And the more that you just see the answer and do it, the less that happens, right? And so, well, okay, to get back to your actual question, I just like the magic that I see in that puzzle. And part of the magic, like I said, is from going from this is impossible to I see how to do this. If I tell you how it's possible, not even how to do it, but if I say, oh, this, imagine the little dinosaur showed up and said, try to get the monster to bounce off your head, right? That's the stupid version of it. I could put a sign saying, beware of falling monsters or something, right?
Can I just stop you?
I know you wouldn't do that.
solution.
I won't play
You
that
wouldn't do
No,
version.
but I'm
The dumbed
like,
down
okay,
version.
maybe a compromise is you make a little pit where the monster has to fall on your head, and it's right before this puzzle, so it kind of gives you a hint without actually like giving you the answer, and it puts more in your mind because
Well,
like in the
yeah.
witness you do all these things where it's like a build-up of the idea, and here you could conceivably say that that's a possibility.
I guess, I mean, honestly, I didn't think about it that hard at the time because I just loved what I came up with. But if I were to think about it now, okay. So you mentioned before, we have these little cubby holes that the monsters walk into and get a key. That's sort of like, at some point, it's a visual shorthand in this game of like, you have to get a monster to this point. And we don't have that many other ways to require a monster to be somewhere. There's not pressure plates even or anything in this game. You could design a puzzle. Okay, like you said, you go down in a pit and a monster can come out of a cannon and you can re-stomp him and he comes out again. And maybe he's going right to left. He falls down in the pit. And then if you stand in the right place, he'll bounce off your head onto a little bit of a platform to make it an easy thing to hit. And then the platform like goes into one of the little cubby holes and he gets a key out for you. Okay, that would be an okay puzzle, probably, because it wouldn't be totally obvious. But that wouldn't feel magical to me, that puzzle. It would be more like, oh, okay, I see what I have to do here. It would be a little bit cool and magical because as you do have to use your rewind guy to do that. And that's neat, right? Like, it's essentially the same puzzle as the harder one, but with more things, which makes it not as good because there's like a key. That there also has to be a gate somewhere. So there's a gate that gets you to the part of the level that has the harder thing on it, right? But that's you know, which one of the reasons why I do video games and like puzzle video games and games with trippy ideas and mechanics and themes and whatever is like I just have some aesthetic that I like of transcending normal everyday human understanding, right? Of like observing some true thing or beautiful thing that is normally quite far away from us. Like imagine you can't space travel, but there's something just really far away off in some part of the universe where you can't even understand, but you figure out how to go there or see it or something. It's something like that. And this World 5 puzzle, the one that actually exists that we've been talking about, is like that to me. It's like far away, but you can get there in an instant, right? It's not a lot of steps.
You're distracted me,
Now,
Rusted.
the version that has
I'll
the
come to you after
cubbyhole
this.
and the key and the pit,
Just dialogue.
that other puzzle, in making it easier, it is more encumbered and more Earth-like, more earthy. It's not, it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not magical and transcendent. And then also, in the process of solving the harder one, you're not making as big of a leap. Because we brought you, now there's a space station somewhere. And okay, you went off to some mildly new place, but like we sort of also provided some resources in the middle for you to like stock up and hang out. And like, that's good if you want an easier game, but it does remove the magic for me. And this is not me saying that I think harder is better, always. But harder is better sometimes. Or even harder, I don't even think harder is the operative thing here, because this puzzle is kind of hard, but if I could make it easier without sacrificing other parts of it, I probably would. Somehow. I just don't know how to do that, right? And then as we mentioned a minute ago, if it's too easy, then
What's the point of a puzzle game?
maybe it's not good because your mind didn't engage with it.
Oh yeah, so hey, rusted heretic. Braid is one hell of a game. Yeah, it's one of my favorite games of all time. Like when it first came out, it was like really high up there. I think it's still in my top like 10. I think it's kind of dropped down 1 or 2 points, but yeah. Have you played this game much before? Did you play when it first came out or anything? We've got 2 alternative designs here. Let's go check out one of them. This would be the more simplified version. You get him to bounce me twice, I suppose. Something like that. Let's just see what this is going on here.
In the interview with Mark, we talked about separating this high jump puzzle into its own level to decrease confusion and to increase focus. This is what that might look like, and I think this version might have made the original game better, but the game as a whole consists of many levels with multiple puzzles on them and only a few levels with single puzzles. If I change this level to have only one puzzle, it would shift the game further in the direction of single puzzle levels, which would change how the game feels overall. But you could do that. You could imagine redesigning the whole game to have one puzzle per level. The result would feel pretty different, I think. Some puzzles would be easier due to increased clarity and focus, and that's probably good. But the game would also feel more like other generic puzzle games, which often have one puzzle per level, and some other basic functional things about the game would get uglier. For example, on the cloud screens, we would need to have a big row of 12 doors every time.
Yeah, it's a really good puzzle game. It's a lot shorter than I remembered it being. But yeah, it stands up well. It's quite a head scratcher as well. Like this is the second time playing it, so I kind of know how the solution to all the puzzles. But don't want spoilers. You should probably look away because I'm basically just going to solve everything. Right, we want this guy. We want to stand up here. Kill him. Alright, we got to get him to jump on that shadow. Like that. That's how you do it. Yeah, no, cool, fun. Let's check out the other alternative puzzle. It's good actually giving me some puzzles now in this game, because for the last couple of hours I've just been listening to commentary. I kind of want to play something, so quite eager.
Mark suggested making the puzzle easier by hinting that you need to make a monster bounce off your head. Here's the idea I came up with during that discussion. It works, but it's pretty ugly because of the weird geometry and the way the player is almost trapped on the left side of the level. In the rest of the game, you can just walk to the next level anytime you're stuck, except, of course, in the boss levels, where being locked in is part of the drama. So locking the player in here on a normal level is really not great. Not only because we're blocking the player's ability to experiment, but because we're diluting the uniqueness of the boss levels. One way that puzzle games end up being mediocre is when designers make stuff like this and just decide, hey, it's good enough. To really produce high-quality work, you want to notice ugliness like this when it happens, to see all this weighty stuff has been added to the level, just to make an excuse to bounce a monster, and then ask yourself, can't I find a more elegant way to do this? Then you could try different ideas in your mind or in the level editor and judge to yourself whether they're becoming uglier or more beautiful. Every good puzzle designer I know practices this aesthetic sense in some way. The good news is that there isn't an objectively correct answer, which means you can develop your own personal voice and style. But without some strong idea of what's good that is reality-based to some degree, you won't really be able to make good puzzles.
How's the stream been so far? Yeah, it's good. It's good. Just watching commentary. How to make computer games. This is basically by Jonathan Blow. He goes into a lot of detail. Sometimes it feels like he just kind of goes over the same material quite a lot, but it's still like really enjoyable. Apart from that, there's no one else on stream, so I'm kind of just playing by myself here. So thank you for joining me. I'm very much interested to see the art direction commentary. Alright. Okay, you get in there. There you go. Call him up. How come they didn't pick up the key? Oof. Yeah, the art in this game reminds me a lot of Spelunky, which is a favourite of mine. A beautiful game. Beautiful game. Yeah. They talked about Spelunky a couple of times actually in this stream. Jonathan Blow makes reference to that. I can't remember what the context was. And I think on the previous stream, someone was recommending I play Spelunky. So I might actually put down my list of games to play. So yeah, if you recommend it, then I'll be up for playing that. Yeah, how come he didn't get it last time? Did he bounce off the wall? Right, got the key. I'm out of there. Is this another? Don't recognise this thing. They asked me to do it again. I prefer HD myself. Oh wait, let me roll back. Oh, highly recommend. Yeah, Spelunky 2 has a little less jank, but it's a lot longer and harder. I prefer HD myself, but I do think 2 is better to start with. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll add it to the list. That sounds like a really good one to stream. I basically just wait for games to go on the Steam sale and then buy them. Unless the game's only like £2 or something like that. Alright, let's do this puzzle. Yes! First time. I mean, they did tell you how to do it, and I've done that puzzle multiple times. Cool. I also want to start doing... I've done a fair few puzzle games back to back now. I think I spent like half a year just doing puzzle games. I kind of want to switch up a bit. I kind of really fancy some more RPG or horror. I haven't done any horror streams yet, and I really want to do some horror games. So yeah, so I'll give that more of a think. Alright, let's go back. Okay, we've done the 2 alternative designs. Moving on. We've done everything here. We'll do the cloud next. Clouds and maths. We're going to get educated here.
And so, related to the movement code, I know you said in one of your talks that you had to solve a partial differential equation to know something about the movement there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a PDE. Like, my differential equations are not that strong.
Or
but
some
it's
sort of differential
discrete.
equation.
So I did the discrete
Differential
version, which
equations.
is
Easy.
a convergence series,
Easy.
right?
Right.
Yeah.
Convergence,
That's when you're riding
even
on
easier.
clouds that are moving.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Yeah, and so the question I have about that is, was it scary that you might not be able to solve this?
Yeah,
case?
it wasn't that scary because it's not like the whole game resides on whether this is mathematically true or not. It's just better if it is, right? Because players aren't going to know either way.
And you could have cut that part, you think? Or if it didn't work at all? Or...
Yeah, I would have cut it if it didn't work. At first, okay, like I think I solved the equation wrong at first anyway, and I thought it converged for some speeds and then diverged for other speeds. And so I was going to make something out of that where you have clouds that go faster. I was like, how do I do this in the game? Maybe there's clouds that go faster and faster until you get on one and like it throws you off the level, or who even knows, right? I didn't get that far.
And you were interested in this probably just because it looked cool, or just there was something about...
Well, it's another consequence that you have to explore.
Yeah.
Like, look, if time moves based on your position, well, one of the things you can do in this game is ride on things. So you have to define that anyway, right? If we don't have you ride on something in this world, that's weak sauce, first of all. So then what happens? you could imagine a few things that happen. So you could imagine I get on the platform. Because the platform has speed moving to the right, I'm moving to the right, therefore time goes forward because I'm on the platform, right? And then maybe if I run left, depending on the speed of the platform, maybe I can get closer to time stopping or something. That could be a little interesting, but it seemed very limited to me. Like you could do maybe a few puzzles about, the platform goes at like exactly walking speed. So if you run left, time stops, but only because you're still running off the platform. But I guess you would have to get up to acceleration because I guess the platform would stop moving. It's weird. You need to sort of define like, is there a feedback loop there or not? I thought about that for a little bit and I didn't like it because it just made it more like the rest of the game. So yeah, it's kind of interesting that I have a little bit more of an analog speed control over the rate at which time happens. But that's not even that interesting because the same things are still happening. It's like they're happening a little slower, they're happening a little faster. We have that in World 6. So you end up re-implementing the same effect in a different way, which none of that seemed very good to me. I like the thing about World 4, the way it feels is it's still, right? It's like kind of frozen until you move. And I felt like there was going to be enough to do with that that should just be the way that it works, is that it really is whether you are moving. But now, okay, does that mean when you're moving you should ignore platform speeds? That would result in like physics that is pretty different from the rest of the game because platforms don't slip out from under you in the game, right? And so I ended up with this balance where it's like, okay, time moves based on movement initiated by you, right? But that is momentum movement influenced by what you're riding on and stuff. And that seems to work well for that level, but it is by no means the only way it could have been executed, right?
Cool. Yeah, I don't know anything about the math stuff. The end game. Apparently we read that one already. Just take a look. Yeah, I've done that one. And this is the are no rabbits in the end game. I think I've heard that one already.
So now I'm going sort of back to more general questions. And what's interesting, I think, is when you make a game like that, you have all these elements. Like you have the cannons, the rabbits, the flowers, and this sort of this big tapestry that needs to like everything needs to be used more than once and it has to make sense, but it still needs to be like there's a reason why you made it up in the first place, and that probably is stronger than the reason why you're trying to reuse it. Like it's always feels like you're stretching the material to like catch other things, but there's this whole big structure that you're trying to build, and I was wondering if you had any trouble with parts of that. It's a very general question, but maybe that brings something to mind.
With figuring out what the base elements were or with
Yeah.
stretching the elements?
Like you were like, okay, like this is not used, so I should try to reuse it more.
I mean, the thing that we just mentioned about World 1 is a little bit of that, where it's like, it just turns out a lot of these things are not useful in World 1, and so ideally, I might have somehow started with different things.
Right, yeah.
Although most of the things that I think about maybe don't matter that much. So that's, I mean, I do think like the bunny rabbits they're a little bit, it's a weird thing because I wouldn't want to delete them from the game because then maybe there isn't enough stuff after that. Like again, they came from like I want a harder enemy that you're more scared of or whatever, right? And that's fine, but it's not really what the game's about. It came from this early time. Like, okay, so on the one hand, I did know that this game was about I'm stuff and that I wanted to be focused on that, but I still like was having fun making a game and got excited about non-time stuff. Like, oh, there's going to be a boss with a big gun who like shoots it, or I need a more complicated enemy. Isn't it funny if it's kind of like the bunny rabbit from Monty Python and the Holy Grail? But we're not going to just like clone that, but like it's just a little bit funny to call back to that in some very vague way, right? So that's kind of what that is. And it's like, it's not actually super deep, but it was good enough to build the game with. And then once I built the game, I'm like, well, I don't know how to replace that with something better, right? So it is what it is. And I think pretty much every game is like that. Every game that I've ever done was like that, where you make decisions early on and those just shape what the thing is in the end. And then by the time you're in a place to maybe question those decisions, it is too late in terms of the thing that you've explored. Like that stone is in the foundation of the thing that you built, and you can't do a lot about it except try again next time now that you're a better designer, right?
Cool. That's all done there. Next room. Yeah, how'd you get in there? Just figuring out if there's something to do with this puzzle. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it was like the star puzzle earlier. Yeah, alright, cool. Three jumps. I didn't realize you go high on the third jump. Do I need to go in it? I want to try the other two. The puzzle's easy enough. I'll come back to it later. Stopping time completely? Yeah, still. Phase.
You have this option to pause time completely instead of going back and forth. And was that I would guess it was controversial to make, because to me it almost feels more fun to go back and forth and more about the time, but it makes it much easier when you can just pause it and just wait for things to happen. And it's also not very discoverable.
I find it quite fiddly to do that
Yeah,
motion.
I mean, the way that happened was just in the very beginning, there was just rewind at 1x speed, and then you stop rewinding and the game goes forward again. And there are some situations when you want to rewind a lot, right? So that's why there's speed adjustment. But then also, it doesn't feel that good. Like if you try playing and just rewind at 1x and then forward at 1x. Now, the 0x time speed just came from, well, okay, if you can rewind fast, you maybe miss what you were going to do, so you should be able to go back forward. And then if you can go back forward at 1x, well, we should probably have symmetry. And then do you go from -1 to 1, or is there a 0 in the middle? And it just seemed better to have a 0 in the middle. It does make a lot of things easier.
Yeah,
But again, I think a lot of players don't get that.
I see.
You know,
Right, so it
it's
cancels
like,
out.
well, and it adds kind of skill ceiling to the game. It adds an advanced technique that you can use. And so, for example, there's one puzzle in the game where
Okay. What was that about? All good characters come from Monty Python. Change your mind. Yeah. Who's your favourite character? My first girlfriend, back when I was 19 years old, we used to watch Monty Python Holy Grail like religiously, like every day. And I think we did that for about, I don't know, like all through the summer at least. But then on and off, like every other week kind of stuff. And we watched it so many times that we were basically quoting the whole thing. And we basically, after watching it one time, we both promised each other never watch that film again for at least a decade. So we need to go back and watch that again. Yeah, Brave Suburban of Camelot. Was that the song? Big fan of your father was a hamster and your mother smelled of elderberries. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. A shrubbery. The shrubbery line. I can't remember what the other quiz were around that, where everyone's just freaking out on the word shrubbery. What are the other ones? Now, this is going back a while since I actually saw it last. Yeah. Try and remember the other scenes. Just because, like, some watery tarts gave you a sword, there's no basis for a democracy. Oh, look, we see was it violence inherent the system? Inherent in the system. Yeah. Oh, there's too many. I better get on with the game. Have I done this one? Yeah. I think I got it.
It adds an advanced technique that you can use. And so, for example, there's one puzzle in the game where, you know, the plants popping up and down and you're trying to get them in a certain phase with each other. And it's a little bit hard because you can mess up, right? Because the extent of your time ring goes really far, right? There's at least 3 ways to solve it. You can do this very laborious brute force thing until you kind of get the thing that you want. There's a more elegant thing that you can do that's just a few moves where you drop the ring in the right place and you get the guys in the right sequence, and then they're timed so that as the monster walks, the guys go up and down with the right timing, right?
Oh, yeah,
the elite
yeah.
ninja move to do is just sync them all with each other and then stop time while they're all in the floor. And I like that because it's like, oh, the more mastery you have of this game, the more you can take this puzzle that seems really hard and like have an expert solution. Many puzzles that doesn't happen, but when I was able to do it, I liked it.
Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know that. I didn't do that last version. Alright. Let's do the advanced technique then. That's good, like over X. It's fiddly. Oh, I'm off already. Alright, cool. Let's see what's in here. The chamber. Are they gonna make me do the technique? This is an actual puzzle. Get a puzzle piece from this.
This
gonna be
level
hard.
is new for the anniversary edition.
Oof.
Toward the end, as we were tightening things up, I went back and revised this level in a
Is this lost? What was that from? What bit was that from? I'm guessing you quoted thing again, right? Monty Python.
small but nice way that seems fun to talk about here. Here's the original design. Note that there's a hole here just to the right of the rewind exemption platform. That was there because if there's no hole, you can get on the platform and rewind to the beginning and then let go of rewind, which would cause you to be stuck in the closed off portion of the level. Yes, the player could go to the menu and exit the level that way, but this is bad form, especially when adding a level to Braid, which never trapped you like this. The tiny gap on the left is there just so that the monster turns around and doesn't leave the tunnel. He stays in there to block you from getting the puzzle piece. And if he came out, you could jump over him, leaving him alive, and get in there. That tunnel is just tall enough to walk in, but not jump, because if you could jump, then you could kill the monster in there, which ruins the puzzle. If the gap on the left were wider, you'd need to jump to get across it, so it has to be tiny. Since I couldn't make the gap on the left wider, I added the gap on the right, which has to be inside the vault door, so that you can get out if you rewind the door shut. But I hated doing this, because I wanted the level to be focused around this room that is an enclosed space that is defined by one door or the other being shut. And adding a gap makes it seem less like an enclosed space. I tried a few alternatives back then and just couldn't figure anything out. So I gave up and called it finished with the gap there on the right. In the revised version, I realized that I could use a short ladder that you can drop down but not climb up, which should have been obvious to me before, but just wasn't. I positioned this ladder so that it's symmetric with the ladder on the right, and tweaked the size of the central platform to work better with the graphics that had been added. Then we revised the art to add a background for the central room to make it feel more closed. I am much happier with this revised level, not only because it better emphasizes the closedness of the room, but because it removes an annoying asymmetry that the player might trip over. You had to jump over that hole to get to the central platform, and there's a cannonball coming, so you have to worry about that at the same time, and why? It's just a dumb escape hole that the player probably doesn't even need. It would have been one improvement just to replace this hole where it was with the drop-down ladder, but it's two improvements to also then combine that ladder with the monster gap on the left. In doing so, we have turned 2 points of interest into just one, which simplifies the level and reduces the number of places the player puts attention. The more you can simplify the level, the stronger it will be. These changes might not seem like a big deal, but iterated improvements of this kind are often the difference between an okay game and a really good game.
Cool. I'm excited to play it. Is this Lost? Quote and Lost comic from Control Alt Delete. Not Monty Python. Same difference though. And then someone tried spamming. Rockin' Stout. Okay. Curious. Ever try Celeste? If not, recommend. When you're on a platformer kind of vibe. Typing of the Dead horror suggestion. So yeah, funny enough, Rusted. The game I actually played literally before this was actually Celeste. And I spent the last 4 months on Celeste. I started back in October. So I completed the game, got all the strawberries, did all the B-sides. I also did what I now know was the DLC, which is the Farewell on the Moon. That was really fun, and I swear that almost gave me a heart attack, that game. Like literally, not like metaphorically. There'll be a couple of sessions after where I felt like my heart was in pain, basically. Really fun game, really enjoyed it. Yeah, Typing of Dead, that's going back. Played that a bit back in the day, back in like the noughties. I was terrible because I'm not very good at touch typing. So, but yeah, keep the suggestions coming. Right, let's see if how hard this puzzle is. Right, so the only thing you do is open that. Cool. And then what? I think we'll wind him right back to yeah, before it comes out, yeah. Nope, not on time. Oh nice, Celeste really does get you in the feels. Yeah. I love the art style for that as well. Like yeah, if you head over to my YouTube channel, you'll have the entire archive of Celeste there. In my on my Twitch, if you go to my bio, there should be a link directly to my YouTube. Yeah. Did you complete all the B-sides as well? Right, I'm going to be on this puzzle wall, I just know it. Oh, okay. Doesn't matter about me. I keep on rewinding until the drawbridge goes back up. And then you can put it down. Alright, cool. Let the fireball kill the little minion. I'm currently on 9C. Gotta love not having dashes. Yeah, there's no dashes in 9C. So after I completed B-sides, someone recommended I do the other C-sides. And I did AC. I got halfway through it. It wasn't you, was it? No. Someone, like, there was a guy on chat who was recommended I do the C-sides. But I don't think that was you. I'm kind of forgetting who was on my stream back then. So I was going to do 9C, but the person on stream anyway recommended that I go a little bit more easy and do the other C's first. Alright, let's do this. Does he die? Alright, cool. I think we're getting close to it. Oh, was it me? No. Cool. Yeah, I'm starting to forget who's been on what stream. You're the one who met us on Denby Fire Notes, right? How do you do this again? Yes. Got it. That's fun. So there are extra puzzles in this game. The commentary and the actual content is actually like longer than the actual game itself. It's quite funny. There's more commentary about the making of the game than there is actually content playing the game. Right, cool. We done our conversation with Mark 10 Bosch. Now we're going to go on to Brian Moriarty. This is all part of the design chapter, and if we go out, you can see I've done. I'm still doing design, and there's a. Oh wow. Oh okay, thankful for that. I thought it was a little pixel puzzle piece. Like, it looks like it's one of, like, I don't know, what, 50 or something like that. But it's actually quite big. Cool, get quite a new one. I presume it's going there. Actually, it could be anywhere. Cool. I'm quite happy for more content. Which way? And it could be here. It could be in a well. To be honest with you, it could be anyone. No, not that, not that. That. Alright, let's leave that there for now and we'll come back to that later. Jesus, that's quite a lot of content. Also, you lagged on my end earlier. Did you say anything? I said a couple of stuff, I don't remember. I was saying some stuff like it's kind of hard to remember which person was I was speaking to on which streams. But with you, we met on Demi Finance, right? Yep, cool. Thank you for coming along to join my stream as well. Really appreciate it. Alright, cool. So we're doing now a conversation with Brian Moriarty. Right, let's begin.
These are excerpts from an interview by Brian Moriarty, the designer of classic adventure games Loom and Trinity, among others.
I want to play
Trinity was an especially formative game for me. As a teenager, I had played and enjoyed almost all of the Infocom text adventures on home computers. These were my favorite kind of game at the time, and Trinity, I felt, was by far the best of them. It put an impression into my mind of what a game could be like that was very refined and deliberate in its artistic sensibilities. Many years later, when I went to make Braid, Trinity served as a guiding image of what I was trying to achieve, though it had to do this in a very vague, misty way, as the two games are very different in form.
Cool. So random walk up there. Cool. That's the secret there, I bet. Yeah, you can actually kill yourself. Actually, I saw the title of that. That looked quite good. Technical hurdles of the Xbox 360. Oh, this sounds really interesting. Alright, cool. Let's do it.
On the Xbox 360, it was really slow to load things off the so-called disc because as an Xbox Live Arcade, this was a thing that was different for Xbox Live Arcade than the rest of it. They had some like extra compressed package format that was, I think, only originally meant for save games or maybe patches. So it had extra security or something. But then the way Xbox Live Arcade was implemented, all data came from that. But the point being, loading data once you were running was way slower than it was for like a AAA game that you bought from the store. And so my approach on that platform was we simply don't load anything after startup. And so the songs were compressed, OGG format, but I would keep the whole thing resident in memory and then uncompress pages as I play them. And then the absurd thing is graphics were compressed. So on GPUs, even back then, you had a set of texture formats that the GPU is fast at decompressing. That's substantially smaller than the uncompressed bitmap would be, but because it has to be fast for the GPU to use, is also not like seriously compressed, right? So the compression ratio is not great. It might be like 6:1. Whereas JPEG might give you like 20, 30:1.
Depending on how much loss you're willing to
Yes,
tolerate, yeah.
yes. As it happened, like 4:1 or 6:1 was not enough to fit the whole game, but 20:1 was. So the ridiculous thing that I did for the 360,
Rather than just JPEGs and then
all the bitmaps are in memory as JPEGs, and then when you use them on the GPU, I uncompress them to completely uncompress. Because recompressing them to GPU formats takes time too. And if you're doing it as you load the level, I don't want to do that. So it actually takes more RAM on the GPU than it should by a lot, because I'm trying to fit everything into memory the whole time. So that was fun.
Yeah, it's crazy. I quite enjoyed that. Having the whole game preloaded is insane. Yeah, I don't know about just like Vib Rhythm. Oh man, you're going back to the old times, man. Vib Rhythm, yeah, that was PlayStation 1. Or was it PlayStation 2? That was the one with just a black screen. Yeah, is it you put in any CD, any song into the PlayStation, and they auto-generated the game from that, depending on the beat. Was that correct? So you kind of had like an infinite amount of games to play, depending or levels to play, depending on what song you put in there, and the difficulty depended on what kind of song you loaded up as well, wasn't it? Yeah, that's cool. Efficiency packing and displaying hand-drawn 2D images.
There are two things you want to do that are related. In 3D rendering, especially back then, right? Even though this game is 2D, it was running on 3D rendering hardware, as it is still. One of the things that's very slow when you're using this kind of hardware is changing what bitmap you're drawing all the time, because I'm just going to say stuff that won't make sense to people who aren't programmers, but there's a very deep pipeline where the GPU is doing a bunch of things in parallel, and especially back then, much less so now, if you want to do something drastic like change what texture we're reading from, you basically have to like flush the pipeline, wait for all the current computations to finish, and then, and it's also just slow for your program to talk to the GPU and stuff. And so if you're going to draw, let's say, 1,000 rectangles on the screen. I don't actually know how many we do per frame in old Braid. Let's just say 1,000 as a number, right? That takes a lot of time. If you have to switch textures every single time, that's a lot slower than if you can draw, 50 rectangles all with the first texture and then another 50 with the second texture and so forth. Now, one thing that you often do in 3D, especially when you're drawing opaque objects, is you sort by texture. And again, this is a little bit of an older thing that people do less now, but you would sort by texture, you batch all these things together, you send them all to the GPU, and then you do the next ones. Now in 2D, it's actually not even that easy, because we need to draw from back to front, because we have in this game all this translucency everywhere. Even things that are mainly opaque have, because it's drawn with a paintbrush that has a little bit of translucency at the edges. But also the look of Braid is that there's like a lot of sky pieces and a lot of particles and all these things that just blend together. And so you can't draw things out of order. There's two things that we needed to do. We needed to draw back to front, first of all, but then also as many things as we can draw at one time that have the same texture. We draw those in batches. So for a given level, that means that as many, like if there's a bunch of art that we think is going to be present in one level, we want to pack those into the same textures so that we don't have to switch them. And we didn't do like a super serious analysis where you could imagine like solving some constraint problem where you make absolutely sure that the things that happen to be in order on this level are definitely next to each other in the texture, but that would involve, some output from the editor.
Yeah, spreadsheets.
And then it changes when you edit the level and all this stuff, right? So instead, it's just more like generally, like look, and especially back then, because the art wasn't super high resolution, it wasn't that bad to say like, okay.
What res was this rent made for then? 2K?
So the Xbox 360 was 720p. Maybe it could do 1080, but it was infeasible for most games to even try that.
So 1280 at 720.
Yeah, we were targeting 720p at that time. And so if your source textures are 1024 by 1024, which a lot of them were, and if a lot of the pieces are rendered slightly bigger than 1:1, which especially the background sky stuff was, you could fit a lot of stuff in the level into a relatively small number of textures. And so we just sort of do that. And so the job of this tool that I made, which was called the Pieced Image Maker, because pieced image was like the file format. It's like, look at the Photoshop layers, pack them into these textures, and then make a little output file that tells the editor, here's some name like, Rocky Platform A, and that is n rectangles.
An index.
Yeah, it's n rectangles, and these are the coordinates of them
In the texture.
in the texture.
Right.
But also then in like relative to some origin, right? And so then you can drag that thing around as one object, and it's like multiple rectangles. I'm sure other 2D systems probably have something
Yep.
similar. It's just like a thing that you want. And I'll say for people who don't know this stuff, the reason you want to do that, imagine you have a very simple shape, like a big L shape or like a corner, right? Well, you want to economize on texture spacing, which makes the file size of the game smaller and also allows you to pack more things into one GPU texture. So you don't want to store a bunch of transparent pixels that aren't going to impact anything on the screen. But if you have like this giant L shape and you treat it as a rectangle enclosing the L, which is the dumbest, simplest thing to do, it's 85% waste in transparent pixels, in file size, and actually also in GPU time, because your GPU will spend time blending these 0 pixels with everything else, right? And so it's a great benefit to not do that, and even more so on older computers, right? So that is all just to say that this format that was this, here's a bunch of rectangles glued together that you could drag around in the editor, was a thing that we developed in response to the art process that David was doing. And before that, the programmer art didn't do that. The programmer art was mostly just rectangle with a bitmap on it, and you could stretch it around, right? And so those are kind of very different things.
Yeah, so like when it comes to the programming stuff, I'm not a programmer, so like I find it difficult to understand, but I still find it like really fucking interesting to listen to. I like to understand it, so I like to like try and figure out what's going on. But like I find it, I'm a lot more engaged in these kind of conversations, like the building blocks of how it's made kind of stuff. I find it quite cool. Also, did you notice?
There are two things you want rendering do is review and stuff. Let's say a 50 sort.
Can we pause the
like
video?
a lot of first of all that, and we did it, and then we could do texture stuff like the tells that 2D shape like
There,
a
it
big
says,
L shape, and there.
Can we pause it? No, we can't. So on that screen, you got it's like a Photoshop background or something like that, like the checkerboard thing that you normally see on Photoshop. But it says Adobe stock
Well,
in the
you want to
checkerboard.
economize on texture spacing, which makes the file
Like,
size
you didn't
of the game
buy
smaller,
the
and also
actual
allows you to pack
file.
more things into one.
You just
GPU
copied it
texture.
online.
So you don't want to
Downloaded
store a
it
bunch of
illegally.
transparent pixels that aren't going to impact anything on the screen. But if you have like this giant L shape, and you treat it as a
Okay, Rusted Heretic. Fun fact, the hardest Ribbon songs are pop. Also, the community is still quite large. Also, two, have you seen the JP only sequel? No, I didn't know there was a sequel. And yeah, that's a lot of fun facts. I don't think pop would be. I would have thought like death metal would be like the hardest songs to do. Why pop? Okay, cool. Let's go move on to the next one. This is program related to the game graphics.
Is your just quick technical procedural thing? Is your method that the programmer art and the final art produced by the artist is a drop-in replacement, literally?
Oh no, not at all.
Oh, so it's you had to reprogram.
I had to do a lot of extra programming, and so the game was totally working, for example, without any kind of parallax scrolling in the background. It was 1-to-1,
Right.
and just going from that to the parallax version with all these particle systems and stuff was a bunch of extra programming.
Yeah.
And we sort of did that over time as David did the art.
Yeah, that part I understand, but I mean, you didn't produce placeholder art for the parallax scrolling, right? So there couldn't be a drop-in replacement.
Yeah. Well, even so with these chandeliers, for example, we were working out the system by which we represent all these graphics in the game. And what I did was, you know, David has like a Photoshop file. He's drawing the things in Photoshop. The way Photoshop works is there's a bunch of layers, right? And you can
Yep.
enable and disable visibility on them and all
I've been
these
using it
things.
since 1990.
Yep. And so we had this exporter. So rather than exporting bitmaps to some other format, right, we have an exporter that looks at the Photoshop file, looks at the layers, right, finds the sort of the bounding box of what pixels are set in that layer, possibly chops it into smaller pieces, both because there was a maximum texture size in those days, right, which is variable based on platform, but we could be like, well, we don't want any pieces to be bigger than 256 pixels wide or something.
Cool. Yeah, it's the way they recognize drums and the like. The tones match up often or something, and the BPM is high. In the JP Japanese sequel, you jump around on images in 3D. Fucking hell. Finding food like cake, soap, etc. It's a very strange game, and it's not hard to see why it don't take off. That sounds cool though. I'd like to. I might have to go on YouTube and take a look at that. Also, free. If I'm talking too much, just LMK. I don't know what LMK stands for. Let me know. Yeah, I suppose that's what it stands for. Yeah, no. You're not talking too much. I'm quite enjoying having company and someone to talk to whilst listening to this. So yeah, go ahead, knock yourself out.
My first inkling of why you had sent me this Braid game was when I was playing and came upon the level that has a level with a large, suspiciously oriental-looking monster occupying a chamber with 2 chandeliers. But then yesterday you told me that this puzzle with its 2 chandeliers and the monster was actually in the game very, very early.
It was, yeah.
Long before you had explicitly put in the A-bomb references.
Yeah, it was something like, it was one of the early prototypes. Something like,
You can't want me, not
you know,
die.
in the first couple weeks of development.
So that's creepy.
Maybe. I mean,
That's
it depends. It depends on how accurate you believe your interpretation is, and or
I think
what
I'm
your
not,
model
I'm
of
by far
causality
not
in
the
the
only
universe is.
person to have seen the parallel here.
I mean, yeah, it depends. How do you think the universe works?
Oh, so no, are we asking how that thing could happen? Oh, how far do we want to go into this, John?
Well, I would like to.
I mean, this
I
is...
would like to
You
stick
want to talk
with,
about causality?
I would like to stick with specifics of the game. For a
Okay,
while.
somebody pointed out, I had not noticed it, the images embedded into the chandeliers.
Mhm.
It has a figure, a woman looking at 2 men on either side of her, kind of in a repose, very similar to the Andromeda pose in some ways. Well, one thing it does is when the chandeliers break, there is a clear separation between the man and one of the men and the woman and the man. There's a breakup. There's literally a breakup there.
They don't know.
So you're using your personal relationship metaphor is brought in even here,
Oh yeah,
right? So that's cool. I don't know when you.
there's one
I
there.
mean, so was that? Who put that
There's
in? Did
2
you
on that
tell
side.
the artist put that in?
I feel like David did that without prompting from me, but you also have to remember he was working on the game for a long time and knows what it's about.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's one of those things where
There's 2 people now.
he did that, and I was like, yeah, that's good, maybe. But again, I don't
So I
promise
understand
this.
this. You have 20,000 decisions to make a day. You don't kind of remember the whole thing.
Yeah. I mean, I actually could probably, a lot of this correspondence was email, because he was working remote for the majority of this, but we did meet once in a while in San Francisco and work, so like, it's quite possible that this discussion happened in person too.
But that's. I just wanted to point out to the listeners who may not have caught what I said there. You claimed that the A-bomb stuff was a late edition, yet this was an early edition, and to me, at least, the parallel here, the visual reference is pretty easy to see. I mean, did you know subliminally or
I think he's
unconsciously
been
that
coy
you
about
were
answering
this
this question,
was,
Jonathan Blow.
or what do you think? How would you account for that?
I mean, I will
It
not.
could be pure coincidence.
He
I
doesn't
will
want
not
to be
attempt to
secret.
say anything about this specific thing, right? But broadly speaking, when I make games,
It may have been on your mind, and
okay, in the same way that, okay, if you're a player of a game, in the same way that your subconscious mind, whatever that is, helps you solve puzzles, however it does. Well, when you're making a game, you're basically trying to solve a very huge, very difficult puzzle, right? And fortunately, it's a puzzle with multiple solutions. But some of the solutions are a lot better than other ones. And in any case, it's very hard to solve because of all the pieces and how they connect together and the ramifications of moving one thing on the other things. So because it's a big, difficult puzzle, we should not be surprised that you wake up in the morning sometimes and know the answer to something, or maybe you used to think something was the right decision, and then one day you realize, you know, I haven't really thought about this in a while, but I'm pretty sure that's the wrong thing to do now, and I should instead do this other thing, right? That happens with me a lot, right? And there's two opposite ends of a spectrum. On one end of the spectrum is there's a very well-defined situation. Like I have a certain scene in the game, and it's got these chandeliers in it or something, and whatever. I need to figure out how many hit points the boss should have. What's the right answer there? It's a very specific, well-honed-in scenario. So sometimes you think through that rationally, like, oh, you know, if he has 93 hit points, that seems very tedious, right? And if he has 1, I can't do the game mechanics, right? But in some of those cases that get more complex, intuition, for me, plays a role, for sure. Now, the other end of this spectrum is just deciding what to do when you're in an open-ended situation. It's like, I don't know what goes here at all. Like, I have to figure out what is a good game going to be vis-a-vis this thing. Like, imagine that you have the beginning and the ending of a game, and like, okay, what's the middle?
Right.
That's a really big question.
That's exactly how I design my games.
Yeah.
With the beginning and the ending, and I have to. I guess I need the middle now.
Yeah.
How am I gonna get there?
But that's such a big question, right?
Yeah.
And for me, that's when intuition especially comes into play, because the possibilities are so big and so disparate, you can't really think about all of the
No.
possibilities.
I call this the dividing infinity problem.
Yeah. And this is something that probably every artist in every medium has to do. Like, how do you decide what to do?
And what not to do.
Yeah.
Ah, that's cool. Are you playing on some PC? Yeah, I'm playing on PC. I only do Twitch on PC. I've got a PlayStation 5, but I don't even know how I'm going to begin to do streaming on that. Like, I imagine I could do it directly, but then setting up a camera, then what do I see on the couch, and how do I, like, check to see if I'm live and to see the audio outputs are fine. That kind of stuff sounds more of a hassle than what I've got here at the moment. So.
We discussed a case where David came up with the details of how to handle chandelier breaking visually, and these details involved some thematic elements, and I hadn't planned those out ahead of time, and I accepted what he did. This might sound like I'm not very deliberate about what goes in the game, but actually it's a good way to illustrate how my job as game director actually works with regard to disciplines that I don't do the hour-to-hour work of myself, such as graphics and sound. Games can be big and complicated. I found that in general, I can't myself have enough ideas to fill out the whole game, because when you want high-quality work containing painted art, or sound, or whatever, well, part of something being high quality is that it has ideas in it. And because I'm not a practitioner of these sub-disciplines, it is hard for me to have these ideas a priori. And if I did have all the ideas, that might be stifling for the people doing the work, because they would have no way to bring creativity to bear. And if there's no creativity involved, You might have a hard time finding good people to do the work. As the games I do have gotten bigger, this has become increasingly true that I can't have all the ideas myself. So what I do as director is to filter the ideas. My job is to have a very strong image of what the game is trying to be in terms of mood and overall feel. And when ideas are compatible with this, they go in. And if they're incompatible, well, we have a conversation about how to revise the work to better fit the overall picture. In this role, my job is to check ideas and sometimes, maybe frequently, to say no. And I've learned that it's very important for me to say no when things are not quite right, otherwise the game can suffer. In the case of the chandelier, everything went very quickly because the work that was done cooperated with the overall picture of the game and helped support its major themes. So I could just integrate David's work directly without revision. Sometimes things don't go so well, and it's best to catch those early before people do too much wasted work. Because if things go far without being checked, and then you decide, hey, we have to redo large amounts of stuff, people can become pretty unhappy.
It sounds like Jonathan Blow there was trying to justify why he didn't know everything that was going on in the game. He's like, oh yeah, the artist did that, and I don't remember. World 3 redo. Cool, let's see what this does.
David mentioned doing an initial, darker version of the World 3 art, and that we then had a discussion about it and changed direction. When I realized that it felt wrong for what I was trying to do with the game, this seemed like a pretty uncomfortable conversation to have. There was a fair amount of art done for World 3 already, and it's a pretty negative thing to say, hey, stop, we have to redo this, and not use the work you've done on it so far, especially when you think the other party may not understand why you want to redo it, because what's there looks fine. Fortunately, David was a good sport about it, and before too long, we got to the current World 3. Since then, I've become familiar with this kind of activity. It's a basic part of my job and happens a couple of times every game. If you're trying to make something that feels well put together, while successfully doing something subtle with mood or theme, it can actually be quite delicate, and it's easy for a bad ingredient to ruin the soup. Someone has to be tasting this soup and occasionally say, no, this ingredient isn't the right one to get where we are trying to go. Another such conversation came up later on that was even harder. Before David had come on the project, when I was having a hard time finding an artist to do everything, I worked for a bit with Edmund McMillan, who has since become well known for games such as The Binding of Isaac
cool.
and Super Meat Boy.
Shit.
Back then, both he and I were unknown. He was working on other projects with the majority of his
bet their
time,
personalities
but he did
clashed.
art and animation for all the characters, which was very helpful in terms of making the game something better looking that
Bet
people
they
could
had a
actually
fight.
play. After this, David came onto the project and did a larger volume of art for all the level's foreground and background objects. This took quite a while, and when it was done, I felt like I had a serious problem in that the game's overall art style was not coherent. Edmund's art is in a cartoony style, and David's looks like you see today, and the two just didn't mesh well together. They didn't create a uniform feel. I agonized over this for a bit, then said, hey, David, we need you to paint over Edmund's stuff in order to make the visuals uniform. And I informed Edmund of this as well. Most of the resulting characters hew closely to Edmund's designs, except for Tim, for whom we went through several revisions because I felt his look was key to the mood of the game. I felt bad that we painted over Edmund's stuff, but with years of hindsight, it was still clearly the right decision. But I suspect that a lot of newer independent developers would not have conversations like this because they're uncomfortable and may cause drama. It's much safer just to avoid the conflict and just roll ahead with the game that you have. But when it's the right thing for the game, you really should do it.
Yeah, but that's really interesting. I didn't know the guy Super Meat Boy did the artwork. Also, you're saying that David guy, when he did the art, Jonathan Blow had to talk to him about like having to change. Like, I'm an artist as well, and I've worked for clients, and I don't mind if it has to be changed. I think it comes with part of the territory. Like, I wouldn't mind, like, as long as like I'm still working for the company and they're still paying me to go over the whole thing again, then yeah, there's no harm. It's part of the iteration process, isn't it? Dark World 3. Is there a difference?
I wanted to create a sense of like encroaching unease by starting with this forest that looks very lush and beautiful, but as it progresses would become oppressive in some way. So there are plants that are kind of increasingly fanciful and strange that become more and more dense as you go along. So that was the intention. After I finished work on World 2, we went right into World 3, and we hadn't really plotted out that trajectory through all the worlds, so the pacing wasn't as clear. So the first thing I did was actually much too abruptly jumping into something very dangerous and very ominous. It was a nighttime forest, so we had an abrupt transition to like a dark palette, blues and everything. I actually did quite a bit of painting for all that before John said, pause, this is just a lot, like this is way too dark. We need to like just take a small step towards danger here. So at that point, actually, we hadn't yet done like an overview of all the game worlds. So at that point, I said, look, we need to like plot this all out a little more. So there was some overview work I did on everything to ensure that each world would progress at the right pace towards this sort of sense of danger in human structures, and also that they would be differentiated in palette and all that stuff.
I like that it was, this is too dark. We need to step it back a little bit, and then you just went full, like, beautiful golden sunshine.
Yeah, well,
It's almost like, even further back than World 2 in some way.
that's right. I mean, the sense of danger may kind of advance a little more later, like you go underground, or like I said, the plants become a bit oppressive. At least that's the intention. I'm not sure. You tell me how well that came across, but yeah, the danger is not like the main concept or anything here. It's really the idea of magic and kind of breaking the regular laws of the world, opening a door to something unknown, maybe dangerous.
Cool. World 3 redo. This is I'm back. Cool. I think we've gone around in circles. Yeah, let's get around. Get me out of here. How'd you get out? Anything over here? Right. Exit Cone World. Cool. Yeah, no, I'm liking this section, Brian Moriarty's section, a lot more than previous sections. I find them a lot more interesting. I think when it comes to like the mechanics of the game, and like the breakdown of how the game is made, I find that like more engaging.
I try not to lock things down until the last possible minute, but with graphic games, it's almost impossible to do. That was the great luxury of text adventures, is that we could change major things up to the very last minute.
Well, on Braid, I replaced an entire level in the last 4 days.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You replaced it, or with
Yeah,
something
I
else?
redesigned it, and then David did the art real fast.
Wow.
It's the last level of World 6, the one with the cannon pointing vertically.
Yeah.
That used to be a less interesting, more complicated level.
And you decided at the last minute that it wasn't good enough. And
Yeah, I was like, I don't like this level. Let me see if I can do something else. And then I had the vertical cannon idea. And I honestly don't even remember what the old level was. At this point, I just remember that. That was a
So
very late swap.
So at that point in the game, though, the process of building levels and making art was so well established that, once you specified it, it wouldn't be,
I suppose all the art
I
assets already
imagine,
there.
that
just
hard
swapping
to
around.
make a change, or at least less hard than it would have
No, I
been
mean,
earlier.
what the process looks like is I do the level with just rectangles where all the surfaces are and stuff, and then David already had the painting done for that world for all these pieces,
Yeah.
right? And then he just arranges them, and so it was able to go very fast. But yeah, like that was, I didn't change a lot of levels in the last week, but like a lot of people would tell you that it's irresponsible to do something that big that late, but
the history of games is full of these things, actually.
I would retort that it's irresponsible not to do it if you think it's going to make the game better.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it also you have to measure what is the possible fallout. How,
course.
if I make a mistake, how likely is it to be the kind of mistake that can be caught prior to release and all these things, right?
Right.
But this I judged, and in fact, like I knew that this was a ridiculous and or a funny thing to do with like 4 days left before we go into cert, so I wanted to do it even more. Yeah, good times.
I mean, I had many experiences, not with the text games, but with Loom, where very late I saw opportunities, but it was just too late. It's just I couldn't. If I asked Gary Winnick for one more bobbin animation, he was going to find a shovel and hit me on the head on it until I was dead. Right. So, and the clock was ticking, and the game was over budget and over time, and I had to get the damn thing out. So, I had to let a lot of, I think, nice little touches I could have added at the end had I had a magic wand, or there's some art in the game that I made.
Yeah.
Because I didn't dare ask the animators for it.
Yeah.
So I made it myself.
Yeah.
Right? Because I had to have it, and I couldn't ask them, so I had to make it myself. Then I spent, 18-hour days there, a lot, because of that.
Yeah.
But just it had to be as good as I could possibly make it. I looked terrible by the end. They told me I was like a gray ghost.
Wow.
It was hard. It's the hardest thing I ever did, I think.
It's video games, man.
Yeah, they're hard to make. So players, be gentle on us. We work so hard for you.
It's true.
Alright, we need to get up there. Use the catapult. Yep, that worked. A roundabout escapism.
It is very easy when talking about art with a capital A to like crawl too far up your own asshole and be lost up there and never get out, right? And as soon as we started this conversation, somebody listening to it thinks that has already happened, right? But again, like there is value in all these things, right? Even so, I'm not a big fan, for example, of the very concept of escapism. One thing that I got taught culturally, and that I think people believe even more today than when I was growing up, is that movies are escapism and books are escapism. And the reason they're so good is because they let you get away into an imaginary world, away from your life, which is surely must be terrible if you want to get away from it, right? And I have never liked that idea.
I think it's...
But not because it's completely wrong, simply because it's incomplete. Escapism actually is a valuable thing. People have a hard time sometimes. Sometimes they're so distraught or depressed that just getting through the next week, anything that helps you do that is valuable. And the world...
Be it a movie or a drink or three or whatever.
The world is so big and there are so many people in it that the number of people in that state at any one time, in fact, is a large number.
Probably the majority, actually.
So, from that standpoint, a certain amount of escapism is actually very helpful. It is one of the things that can help us live. For me, however, though, I think that if that is all that we do, if that is all that we use this technology of art for, we're kind of missing something, because it can do a lot more. The way that I always used to think about it when I heard this escapism idea, which I probably first heard in high school or something, I contrasted it with my own experience, and I was like, no. Like, I go to see a movie not because I want to get away from things, but I want to go towards something, right? I go to see a film or read a novel because I expect that the author has something to show me that will enrich my life or change it in a substantial way, and that I will come out of that I'm trying to find the right adjective. I wanted to say a larger person than I went in, which is certainly true if you eat movie theater popcorn and nachos, but larger in
A richer person. Yeah.
like understanding more, having a more nuanced view of the world,
Yeah.
a little bit wiser, and these things. And that pursuit, however it takes place, both on the viewer side and on the author side, is really what I mean when I say art with a capital A. And I know that different people can have different definitions. But to me, anybody trying to push that forward, even if they have very different ideas of what is meaningful than I do, we're on the same team in some way. And there kind of ain't that many people on that team, is what I feel like.
Yeah, I think sometimes you want escapism, sometimes it's good to go inside to be educated. Like, it's not, if you have like a long week of work and like just really stressed, you kind of want to switch off sometimes. So I think there's moments for both, ain't there? Right, roll 2, what's down there? Is it death? What do we have? We've done most of these. Well, what order should I do in? Oh, we've got music stuff here as well. Oh, that's cool. Cool. Let's do. What else do we have here to the right? Alright, cool. The original sound effects were cheap. Alright, cool. Let's get some music on there. Why the game uses licensed music instead of new original music?
Let's talk about music, one of my favorite things.
I like music.
Yeah. So in the original game, you chose what they call in the biz needle drop. Rather than go out and commissioning specific songs, you went out and found music that you liked that you could license and licensed it. That's cool. That's how Stanley Kubrick worked for most of his career. Any composer in the world would have been delighted to work for him, but he chose instead to use recordings. And you did not choose that for The Witness because there's almost no music in The Witness, except for one glaring exception. But here you choose needle drop. So that was an economic choice, or did you consider commissioning music?
I mean, I probably thought about it a little bit. The thing to say before that is just, I was coming at everything in this game from the lens of, or the set of assumptions that, hey, I'm just some dude who's mainly a programmer and also has a lot of ideas about design, and I'm trying to make a game, and I want to successfully make it and release it. I don't know where I'm going to release it. And I had some definite preconceptions about how things work that may or may not have been accurate to various degrees. One of them was licensing music is going to be super expensive. And one of them was I won't ever be able to get music on the terms that I would like.
Legal terms, or?
Yeah, like, so I want to make art that lasts a long time. I want people to be able to play this game in 20 years or 50 years.
So you need perpetual rights.
You need perpetual rights. And my impression, which I'm still not sure if it's accurate or not, but back then it was, is that just as a small entity, there's no way you're going to get professional rights to any song you've heard of.
You mean any?
Because they won't.
Any mainstream pop song? Or just any music at all?
Well, here's an interesting thing.
Because there are companies that sell perpetual rights to, like Sound Dogs or many other.
Oh yeah, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you can. That's plentiful, and then you have full control over that.
So let's go back for a second, right? Aesthetically, in the game, right? I'm going into it. I'm saying this is an art game.
Yeah, for future reference. aesthetic goals for the game's music?
Aesthetically, in the game, right? I'm going into it. I'm saying this is an art game. What does that mean? What do I want to bring to this game that hasn't been seen or isn't being done or that is atypical of other games? And there were a lot of different categories of answers, but some of them are broadly aesthetic. So, for example, if you go back in time to older platformers, they have a very tile-based aesthetic because that's what you can do on an old computer.
That was
right?
their architecture. I mean,
Yeah. You have a limited amount of memory. You maybe can't even address every individual pixel depending on what kind of system it
Right.
is, right?
But some of the handhelds, that's certainly true. Yeah.
And so that means things look a certain way. Well, now we're in a year when, that year being 2004 or whatever, when like those resource constraints no longer apply, and yet a lot of games are still descended from that aesthetic still. They're like influenced by it and carry it forward. So I was like, I don't want to see the same thing stamped out 5 times in a level. And for the most part, we avoided that. So one example that people probably usually don't notice, we've discussed this monster hunt level where there's little monsters on the top HUD, and as you jump on their head, they get X'd out, right? Both the individual monsters and the X's through them are all different bitmaps. Whereas in an older game, they would be the same bitmap, right? And that's a very simple example where a lot of people would just go do that. Like, oh, we need a HUD. We need to put 5 or however many. It might be 6, actually. But however many monsters there are. Okay, bam, 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 done, right? But I was like, no, I want to do this other thing. What does that mean when it comes to music? I didn't want
Video game music.
yeah. Now, okay, so let's say there has been good video game music, but there are different kinds of good. Now, okay, so let's say there has been good video game music, but there are different kinds of good, right? Often good, especially the more historical you become, often it's about doing something unexpectedly skilled within the limitations of what you have to deal with, right? So like if you go to Commodore 64 and you have this SID chip and a lot of people are able to do a certain amount of stuff with it, and then you listen to a Rob Hubbard track on the C64 and he can make it just, the songs are just way cooler. And some version of that exists for every one of these, up until you're just playing regular
Digital audio.
digital audio.
Right.
There's some version of that limitation that the musicians are dealing with, and it takes a lot of skill to do well in that, right?
Absolutely, yes.
But often those constraints also like starves things artistically relative to other media. So for example, if you were making a game back in the not the home computer days, but like the home arcade machine, like home console days, I had an Atari 2600, which like couldn't even do music. But once in a while, there were like a series of beeps in sequence that was supposed to be kind of musical, right? One of my friends had the original Nintendo Entertainment System, which could do music, I believe, if I'm remembering.
It had
right.
a synthesizer chip in it. Yes, it could
Yeah.
do, it could do crude music.
But it could maybe do like one voice or something. Maybe
Yeah, they all
more.
had machines.
But you also didn't have a lot of memory for the music, and so
Right.
it had to be a pretty short loop. And so the typical thing that you got on those is like there's a minute-long loop, and you play it while you're playing this level for like an hour.
So you're talking to a father of a son who was a rabid game player and developed a taste on his own, by the way, for the N64, right? Which is a machine that had hardware limitations in terms of sound and stuff, and but even later games that didn't have those limitations coming from Nintendo, they continued that aesthetic.
Yeah, well, that's
They
what I mean,
continue-
right?
right, they continue that aesthetic.
We established that this is what video game
Right.
music is.
Right, and Nintendo continued that aesthetic even into the Wii, right? Where the limitations. I mean, they had DVD storage now. They had
Yeah.
like multiple hundreds of megabytes to deal with, but there's still so having these games playing in the background basically all day, every day, it's like some evil carnival has installed itself in your backyard and plays the same songs all the way and won't go away, right? And
Yes.
it drove me crazy after a while. The video game music, it was so repetitive, and the sound design too. It was the same, especially in the Mario games. They use the same sounds,
The jump
over
sound
and
or whatever,
over
yeah.
and over again, and for hours. And if you're not playing if you're engaged with the game, it's different because you're doing stuff. But if you're not engaged with the game, you're just listening to it objectively as a soundtrack. You want to blow your brains out after 5 minutes. Right?
Another piece of advice that I heard from some audio person at the GDC a long time ago is to judge whether your sound is good, record a gameplay session and then go listen to it from the other room.
Yeah.
Right. That's
So
like
that's
that's how you know if there's enough variety.
So that's
or not.
the situation of most parents. Is they're hearing it from the other room. They're not seeing the interactivity involved. All they're hearing is the same damn sounds being played thousands and thousands of times over again.
Yeah.
And,
Anyway,
Yeah.
so I didn't want that
Right.
for this game.
Good.
Right. And so, for example, you
Keeping the
mentioned
jump sound small.
The jump sound in Braid is pretty small, sonically. Like, it's like a little, I don't know if that came through on the mic, but like I tap the table, right? It's like your feet pushing off the ground. It's not like boing,
Right.
right? Now, bouncing off a monster is a boing, but like that doesn't happen that often, right? Whereas jumping happens a lot more often. And so I made this kind of decision where I'm like, I'm thinking about this stuff. People out there can, of course, have their own opinion about whether I made the right choices, but I was thinking about this through this lens of like, I know that these games are grading and they've sort of settled into this pattern where they decided what a platformer is and they're executing that pattern. I want to break that, right? So now when it comes to music, clearly computers at this point
Choose
just
music that
play
goes for
CD
personal
quality
feel.
audio. And I'm like, okay, so that's what we're doing. It's a puzzle game. What does that mean, that it's a puzzle game? Well, you might be sitting in a level for a long time looking at a puzzle trying to figure it out. That means, firstly, if music is really short, it's going to repeat a lot of times. And that's just not really good for a lot of reasons. First, you get tired of it. What is music supposed to do? It's supposed to provide mood and maybe just give you a little bit of interest, right, in the sonic. And once you know what this minute-long track is, it stops providing interest. And it doesn't really provide mood anymore either, because
No.
it's just, what this thing is, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, what did I want the music to be? There's lots of examples of what don't I want. That doesn't solve what the game should be. So what did I want? Well, I knew I wanted this game to be very emotionally unprotected and not like there's a way in which you're doing a professional polished game or product in general. There's an emotional hygiene that comes along with that, in the sense that there are ways that it's proper to be when expressing things in the game, and there's ways that it's not really proper.
Can you give an example?
And that's subtle. I'm thinking of like straw man examples that maybe aren't going to be that informative. But instead of proper, let's pivot for a second to personal versus non-personal, which is not the same thing, but related. A very high budget game with a large team, which may also be causal, who knows, right, is very rarely personal. It doesn't tend to contain personal expressions unless they're from the person at the very top, but even rarely then, and usually those are fake, right?
So
Why? Because we've decided that there's this thing that these games should do, and it should
So let's use BioShock as an example.
It's been a long time since I played that.
But the creator had personal things.
BioShock is more personal than most games.
Yeah.
Okay. It is unusual. That is why he is regarded as, I hate the word auteur because people use it all the time in weird ways. But in fact, that's not even what that term means exactly.
No, it's not what it means, but yes.
But people use it that way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what it's come to me.
I don't know. And in fact, I'm realizing I don't want to go too far down this hole because I want to get back to talking about the music, which
All
was
right.
the point.
Okay.
But, okay. I wanted the game to not be very emotionally guarded and not to be, like, if there was a choice between being personal and being professional, I would choose personal because there's so much less of that. And the vision of art that I had for this game, it changes with every game. Like, what am I trying to do? But I felt that games were usually not very personal. And then especially in the platformer genre, it was like this manufactured mascot thing. Which isn't to say there isn't creativity sometimes. So for example, I worked at Oddworld briefly, not as an employee, as a contractor, but like those games had a lot of character in them. Like Lauren made up a lot of like a crazy world with characters that were not really that much like what you would see anywhere else.
Right.
But it's not really personal, I don't think. Like I don't know that much about Lauren from playing the game or how he comes across in person or how he feels or whatever. So personal was somehow something that seemed very rare in video games and was not really part of the tradition.
That's true. I mean, I think that's part of what the indie game revolution was about, was the emergence of personal games.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, I'm a little too close to it to really.
So it's odd because, I mean, in the early days of making games, they were typically made by one person or a small team.
Yeah.
Right? And you would think those would be very personal, but they usually aren't, or weren't. There were exceptions, but generally not.
Yeah, and in fact, I was thinking a second ago about, for example, arcade games were very not personal, even though they were often made by one person effectively. I mean, obviously not the cabinet and stuff. But,
No, they were programmed by very small teams.
Yes. Anyway, so when it comes to music, I wanted music that was of high quality in the sense that it really captured the deep and true kind of expressiveness that great music can have. That is entirely missing from 1-minute loops of platformer stuff.
You wanted real music.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I was hoping to go a bit more about. I feel like we went on a tangent about music. So, what did he actually use licensed music in the end? Or not? Oh. Yeah, and what kind of deal did he get? Because he didn't hire someone to do the music, right? What am I doing? So we've got 5 minutes left of the game. Let's take a look at that level. I want to see if we go all the way to the left. So. I was hoping that cow pulled me off. Nope. Can't go underneath. Yep, you can kill myself. Alright, let's go to the right. Lock. Let's get some gameplay in before it's over. Another puzzle piece. Alright. Can I go back over there now? Guys, come back to this later. Alright, yeah, we're gonna wrap up now. Actually, I'll do 1 or 2 more minutes actually. So this is a bit of a head scratch. Yeah, so as probably everyone probably knows, this wasn't an original game, this puzzle, so this is coming out for the first time. Okay, got an idea. Yeah. Can't fast forward. Alright, cool. I've got the idea for the puzzle. Damn. Right. Now what? I need to bounce off his head. Oof, it's tricky. Yeah, I'll have to come back to that. Yeah. I'm quitting again. Cool. Thank you everyone for joining me for this session of Braid. Yeah, going through all the materials. We're still doing game design. Yeah, and it's getting more interesting the further in and go. We also introduced some new puzzles as well, which is quite fun. Yeah. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for sticking around. I'm going to go jump over to a friend now. I think she's starting her streaming tonight, but I'm going to go double check. So I'll go raid her, basically. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. If you want to see the previous episode of Braid or other episodes like Celeste or Final Fantasy, then you can go onto my YouTube channel. The link's in my bio, and there you see all the other stuff, all my previous stuff. And if you're watching this on YouTube, yeah, feel free to head over to my Twitch channel. Tuesdays from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and Thursdays from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. So yeah, thank you for joining me, and we'll raid over now. Hopefully we'll be able to find her. I'll put my headphones on in case, just in case. Alright, give me a sec. Just checking to see what her name is again. Oop. Can't find her. Okay, so we'll just I'll do a search to see if Braid. See if anyone else is doing Braid. There's no one else playing Braid. I'm the only one who's doing it. Alright, let's see what else we got. Celeste. Let's go back onto Celeste. See if there's anyone playing Celeste. Seaside and Golden Berry. Right, we'll get someone who's quite early in the game. We've got a lot of speed ones on the go. Right, I'm just going to randomly pick one. See how this goes. Sorry, bear with me.
This is like Dark Souls, where you have like
Alright,
a
I
fake
found
wall
someone.
followed by another fake wall. They had that in Dark Souls
We're
1.
doing a random
Right,
raid
there's
of
this.
a random Celeste player. Let's go jump over to him. Right, and for everyone else, thank you for joining, and see you guys around.